Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Jay.
All right,
Good. We expecting everybody tonight, Jay?
as far as I know, yes.
Big debut, Steve.
Yeah. Thanks. Sitting on the end is easier.
I'm going to miss you there, Steve.
Well, you won't miss me now we're still on Zoom.
I know, but
On my screen, I put you over to that side, just so.
There you go.
can we do that? That's a really good point. You're so clever, Pete.
These young guys are tech savvy. I heard they had a Zoom outage yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was down for a couple hours.
Everybody's free.
Yeah, not good timing for the kids going back to school.
No. Everybody ready?
Yes.
All right, good evening. This is the South Kingstown Planning Board. This is a regular session. The date is August 25th. The time is 7 p.m. And we'll take roll call from Pam, please.
Sure. Peter DiStefano,
Here,
Susan Axelrod,
Here.
Maria Mack,
Here.
Steve Demasi,
Here.
Joe Murphy,
Yeah.
John Riondo,
Here.
and Pam Rubinoff. Here.
Okay. All right, we have the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have the approval of minutes for July 9th, the Northwood subdivision site visit, July 14th, the work session, July 28th, our regular session, and then a report from the administrative officer. We have administrative subdivisions, Angerhagen administrative subdivision. Under minor subdivisions, we have the Echo Valley Farm subdivision, major subdivisions and land development projects, the Curtis Corner Estate subdivision, and coastal community structure changes. We have Constantino at Roy Carpenter's Beach. Do I hear a motion for the consent agenda?
Move approval for consent agenda approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Maria, second by John. Any discussion? Pam, will you call roll call, please?
Sure.
Vote.
John Riondo,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
Steve Demasi,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
Peter DiStefano,
aye.
and Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Okay, before we start our regular session, Jay, is there anything you need to address before we get started tonight?
No, I would just like to point out that there was a couple of typos in the packet. Um, On the travel page for Shepherd's Run, it had the incorrect Conservation Commission advisory. However, that hard copy of that advisory was provided to the planning board in your packets. That's about it for right now.
Okay. All right, then I'll open the public public meeting on Shepherd's Run. That was for a master plan approval. We had a proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan, a recommendation to the town council for a companion application for a zone map change and text amendments. So anybody representing Shepherd's Run tonight?
I've just promoted James Callahan. It might take him a minute to get to.
Okay.
And
Good evening, James.
Hello, Mr. Chair. How are you?
Okay,
Members of
You
the
have
board,
a-
how are you?
you have the floor.
Great. Could you also let in Ryan Schoen? I think he's on the
Okay,
Zoom as well. Just think he has to unmute and
Hi, guys. Can you hear me now?
yes.
yes,
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, members of the board, for your time. James Callahan, Callahan and Callahan, 3 Brown Street in Wickford. Ryan and I are here again tonight with our master plan application for 4780 Tower Hill Road. I think since our last meeting, we made some significant progress. At one of those meetings, obviously the main concern was the effect in the zone change to the special management district. To alleviate those concerns, we are in agreement with the suggestion last month that any approval be conditioned with the revised project review memo that limits the uses on the site to 4 specific uses, which would be use code 01 crop farm or vineyard, use code 40.1 motel hotel with accessory uses for outdoor events, spa and fitness center, use code 56.1 restaurant with alcohol service, use code 56.3 accessory entertainment to restaurant, and use code 71, which would be the food products manufacturing, the winery. Pursuant to the SMD language, the board can limit the uses on site, and we are, like I said, in complete agreement with that idea to allow for this to move forward. Additionally, we met with the Conservation Commission, which we thought was a great, constructive, and productive discussion with the members of the commission. And as a result, they forwarded a positive conceptual review to your board, which included some conditions which we again agree with. They've suggested that we meet with the Conservation Commission at each stage of the process with the hope of moving forward. And we'd be happy to do that. Some of the issues they raised included water runoff, water availability, and agricultural usage. But overall, the conceptual plan, which we're here in essence before you tonight for, the master plan conceptual review, they were in agreement with, and they submitted a letter to that effect to the chair and Mr. Parker. We also acknowledge that there has to be some other concerns, extensive engineering, drainage, and wastewater management, design details at the preliminary stage, which we will again address with the Conservation Commission at that time. At this point, I just want to reiterate that we are at the master plan conceptual stage. And as defined in the general laws, the master plan is an overall plan for a proposed site outlining general rather than detailed intentions. It describes the basic parameters of a major development proposal rather than giving full engineering details. And I think there were a number of questions last meeting and at the Conservation Commission about the effect of the vineyard on site and any runoff as to the Narrow River. As Ryan noted, he's going to make this site as organic as possible, but that's just not completely possible at this point. And according to the Right to Farm Act, which is a state law, essentially the diocese, the current owner, could stick farm animals of a winery or vineyard or a hemp farm on that site right now without really any regulation. So I think that the vineyard is a solid plan and a good plan that will attract, people to the site and it will help the site grow. And runoff is a concern, but I think we can again address that at the engineering phase of the process. So with that, I'd like to ask Ryan to add more comments about the whole project and at this stage in the process.
Yeah, thank you, James. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I guess we probably don't need to rehash everything, but I think there were some really great comments that came from both the Planning Commission and the community at the last meeting, and I think we've worked with staff and talked to the Conservation Commission, and I think we feel we can adequately address the concerns at the right stages. And I think one of the main things that we talked about was this sort of restriction of use, and the conversation where it went was, well, what happens if they fail? And I think it's a valid concern. And so it's something that, obviously not something we want to think about, but it's something that you all have to think about. And, we very much appreciate that. And I think, looking through the language as it's drafted now, I don't think we were prepared to respond really at the last meeting, but looking at it, I think, in talking with staff, putting in very specific language, which exists now in the conditions of approval, should you guys choose to adopt them, where it very specifically says that only the uses that we are requesting are allowed. So if somebody wanted to come back with that hypothetical mattress store that came up last time, they would have to come back and ask you, the Planning Commission, specifically for approval for that mattress store. So anyway. But yeah, if there's any other questions, I mean, obviously we're happy to address them. We understand there's significant conditions still that we have to address at the preliminary and final plan stages. We fully acknowledge those. We just obviously need to get there to have professionals really, the engineers and those people involved, make sure that we design the right systems, look through the traffic in the right way, look through all those things that you guys have conditioned inappropriately. So just need the time to deal with those. If assuming from a concept level that you are all in support, it sounds like from the Conservation Commission, it sounds like from this, and it sounds like from the community responses that we heard, that everyone's in support. We just need to work through these details at the appropriate stages.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, the motion or the documents that Jay has prepared for us does specifically state that it's strictly limited to those 4 uses. But having said that, any other comments from the board at this time?
I have a couple of questions. One is at one of the previous meetings, I know I had asked, and it's reflected in the minutes, for this to be reviewed by the Conservation Commission and also the Historic District Commission, but I did not see any information or a letter from the HDC. Is that something that is going to happen, or?
This is Jay. The HDC did not meet in between last month and this month. I believe they're scheduled to meet in September. We could certainly put that on the agenda for the HDC. I would ask the board to identify though what the benefit of that review would be. Is there something in particular that you would be asking the HDC to provide feedback on in relation to the conceptual master plan review at this stage?
Well, I can say that it's a beautiful architectural site with historic building, historic gardens. I know that Mr. Schoen had said that they might consider National Register status in the future. So I think it's worthwhile having that conversation. I think also at the last meeting, it was mentioned that a potential easement, a facade easement, be put on the original building itself, as well as some protection for the historic garden once it's revitalized. So I think they would be able to provide beneficial input and probably as well any additional information relating to federal historic tax credits.
So this is John. I just wanted to, comment that in the event that the board agrees to make a recommendation to the town council to zone this to SMD, I want to remind people that under the SMD, the planning board does have architectural review. So as good as the original thought was that Maria had at the last meeting to bring it to the HDC, there really is no, other than being nice and bringing it to them, seeking input. It's not a historic property per se by any defined means. We know its age. It was built in the 30s, as the developer has attested to. We know the significance of the gardens that were done by the architect, the landscape architect. So I'm a little concerned, and just, it's nice to have the HDC take a look at it. But again, we have architectural review per the SMD. And I don't see, in addition, I think Mr. Schoen has done this type of development in the past, if anybody's looked at his portfolio. So I'm just wondering, if they're not, for some reason, not going to meet again in September, I hate to belay this any further. And as we know, we do have 90 days for the review on this, and that ends September 24. So I just want to remind the board of those facts.
Just to clarify my previous comments, I don't think the idea was about the HTC telling them what color to paint their shutters. I think it's to provide advice, helpful advice, and experience that I think would only help Mr. Schoen, particularly given the narrative that he's provided, the research that he's done, and his aims and goals for the future.
I think to maybe make this somewhat a compromise, we'd like to move forward tonight in some respects. I don't think we have any objection to meeting with the HDC in the future between maybe the master plan and preliminary plan. I didn't talk to Ryan about that, but I know Ryan's been open to many conversations and appreciates input, and I think he would be in this case too.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I'm happy to meet with them, and obviously hear input, and if they have thoughts on how to do it. I mean, to be clear, we are planning to not touch the outside facades of this building as we've talked about, and just restore what we can, aside from a small walkway that was built in the 60s. So I think we're going to do everything we possibly can. We are talking with a historic tax credit attorney already in the state. So there's so we do plan to do that. So I have no issue. I just, I guess the real concern here is holding up the process for their comments would be my only concern. If we can keep the process moving and continue.
Maria, would you be happy with the fact that we'll keep it open, that the Historical Commission will make a recommendation of some of their concerns that will be addressed at preliminary?
Sure. I mean, the main goal is to get input from a body that has considerable experience in these areas.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it would, and it sounds like Mr. Schoen is accepting of that, wants to meet with the HDC, which is great. And so I would agree with that moving forward and letting the HDC do it at preliminary.
So the next meeting of the HDC is September 10th. We kicked the scheduled August meeting over because the one applicant that we had that was awaiting a decision was traveling out of the country, and it didn't make a sense to have the meeting when he was unavailable. So if James or Ryan are interested in participating in that meeting, I could add it to the agenda for, I guess we would call it an advisory discussion, because this is really not a property that they would have any regulatory jurisdiction over. It would be for advice and input purposes only.
We're comfortable with that if that suits the board and their motion. I have no issue with it.
All right, I will send you the links and the agenda for that meeting when it goes out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the board have comments?
Oh, wait,
ahead.
thank you. Wait, let me, okay. There, I am unmuted. I just wanted to get a little clarification on the septic system. And I know that from what we were reading is that right now the septic is good for the existing dormitory area, et cetera, et cetera. So
Pam, you muted yourself.
the concern came out last time about septic with the restaurant as well as with additional bungalows and such. And I just wanted to get a little clarification and kind of thinking about, I know that you have you're phasing the development. And I know that CRMC is still looking at this, from what I understand. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to look at this as the existing development. And then in the future, when there's additional development, if there's no sewers, if that get addressed at those times. So I'm thinking about the septic system and the concerns, and I'm just wondering if you've thought that out a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And that, I mean, to your exact point, that is really the reason why it appears that the process is set up the way that it is, that this is really conceptual master plan.
Right.
And then when we come in with each one of those stages, we need to address, you know, what is the intensity of the use of each of these things. And so we feel pretty confident. There was 120 full-time boarding residents in that building that
Right.
ate 3 meals a day, never left. Our use is not even close to that. That being said, we need to go through the process with professional engineers and do the studies and talk with DEM and talk with CRMC. And there's a process involved that we have to make sure that we're appeasing the state, we're appeasing this board, we're appeasing, obviously, the town council, DEM, CRMC. You know, it's obviously there's a process. And so I don't want to cavalierly say, oh yes, 100% it works in this capacity. While I think logically, when you look at it from that standpoint, we feel comfortable. I mean, 120 people to 33 guest rooms and a restaurant, it should make sense. That being said, that's why we really feel the appropriate time is preliminary plan based on your guys' documentation, and then at each stage. So if when the extended stay bungalows come on in 2 or 3 years, that might change again because the loads adjust and we have to address that piece, just like you said, Pam.
Rich,
I'm just wondering if Rich could comment on that with regards to then the status of how DPS would be thinking about that, as well as the requirement for a sewer suitability study.
Well, the suitability study isn't resolved yet, but it will be. And what Ryan's saying is correct in that even let's say there's a couple scenarios. I mean, it could be that connection is just something that John Chalk wants to see, and we'll deal with that when it comes. But let's say he doesn't, and we accept the septic system for the way it is. I believe that the Shepherd's Run group is going to have to go to DEM and get verification that what they're doing there is allowed by, or it will be, the septic system there is suitable for what they're planning to do. And then I think that the plans sort of show that those bungalows really have their own separate system. And, those would be for John to decide down the line. If it's not something that's happening now, then it'll happen. I think that the existing system out there is on the edge, but like Ryan's saying is that it's tough to say what DEM is going to want to count. And, you take out 2 seats in the restaurant and now it's sized properly. There could be many little tiny subtleties that happen that make it actually work the way it is. But John has not made that decision yet. We're waiting for a little bit more information, and once John makes the decision, then we'll go.
So Rich, can
Again.
you just clarify if that decision is made during the master plan or during conceptual?
Well, it doesn't, I don't believe,
I mean, during preliminary.
You mean preliminary, yeah.
and Jay can correct me, but I don't believe that it's almost like a disconnected process. You know, they're required to have those submissions, and I don't know that approval of that feasibility is required for any phase. It's just that the approval of the concept by John is necessary when you're in the service area.
So let me just comment to Rich's point, which is, but historically, and I go back on the board for about 15 years, it has been done, sewer feasibility studies have been done at the preliminary stage level. And again, the comment that Rich makes is accurate. And it's also staff comments on page 4 of the document that either way, they're going to have to go to DEM, and they're going to need a system suitability determination. And as Rich indicated, that will, and Ryan indicated, that will then, and again, I'm going with the assumption that this is going, you know, that we're talking on the subject of this going to OWTS, on-site wastewater treatment system, then DEM is ultimately going to have the jurisdictional opportunity to right-size the system, whatever that may be, and ultimately determine what's going to happen to the existing system, whether it's expanded, how much, et cetera. So they're going to take a look at all the information from Mr. Schoen and provide that determination and recommendation as to, again, what it's going to be needed to be sized at to accommodate the uses and the amount of people that are purportedly going to come to the facility.
And one other thing is that another level here will be that CRMC is going to be interested to know that this meets their requirements because it is in the SAM plan area and, you know, in the special resource area. So CRMC will kind of weigh in on that a little bit too, on what's being done out there. So.
And we do expect to hear back from them in the next couple weeks. I got an email from the biologist over there saying they were just trying to verify the wetland edge to finalize their reporting. So it's obviously a condition of our preliminary plan to have their report as well as this the DEM situation as well. If the conditions, I mean, assuming the conditions as Jay listed in there are approved, we will have to have all that prior to the next phase.
Pam, one other thing though, I think and to more get to your point though, is that generally it is done during preliminary, or we like to see that feasibility done by preliminary, but often it carries over. So this is sort of in line. Actually, I think it's a little early. I think we've actually gotten this study, I think a little earlier than we normally do. And we'd like to see it now at this stage, so that by preliminary it's resolved, I'd like to think.
Right.
I think that DEM is going to cover most of that. I'm not sure that DEM is going to cover it to the extent that we may want to see it covered, or the language that we may need at the preliminary. So I think that they will cover the capacity of the existing system to address the planned development. But I think we're also going to need the limitations of the existing system and the identification of conditions where supplemental portable facilities would be required. And I think that's something that we probably will want in our conditions of approval at the preliminary. So maybe, you know, if you have an outside event with 100, you don't need supplemental, but if you go over 100, you need to have porta johns or whatever. And I think we're going to need some specific language to understand those conditions. Also, maybe some recommendations for the maintenance and the inspection program. I mean, we have some specific stuff in South Kingstown as well as other towns that DEM doesn't necessarily cover, but we may want to have an inspection and maintenance plan on the septic system called out in the conditions of approval at the preliminary stage. And then finally, you know, what's the condition, the tripping point where we may have to go to sewers if that development was large enough. So I think there's some things that I'd like to see identified at the preliminary stage so that we can have proper wording in that condition of approval at that time.
I also think that all of the criteria that Mr. Schoen articulated should be made very clear and consistent throughout any motions that may be passed. I think it's important that the board articulate what their expectations will be at the preliminary stage of review, as we've started to discuss this evening, so that it's clear and fair to the applicant so that he knows what the expectations are. I think Joe's ideas are very important. And I also think that once we get beyond the master plan stage of review, it would be wise for this board to send a communication to DEM relative to what Joe was referring to, that the expectations and the information that we might ask for we want to make sure that they're thorough and inclusive. And that just, I think, demonstrates that we're being thorough and considerate of this application.
And I would agree, we should definitely identify exactly what we want. So when we start the preliminary review, we have that information at the beginning and that we're not waiting on it, which typically happens in a lot of our projects. So any other comments? Jay, do we have anybody in the audience that has a raised hand?
Yes, I believe we do. And I just wanted to add a couple of things. Last month, the board requested explanation of the allowable uses within the SMD. That was provided in the staff memo in the packet for the members of the public that were on the call and are on the call tonight. The SMD allows pretty much all uses within section 301, the schedule of use table, but it does prohibit a number of specific uses. So unfortunately, the outline use table is not as straightforward to understand as one may have hoped. It is does get a little complicated in there when you start which uses are allowed and which ones are prohibited. And also, just to expand on what was discussed a few minutes ago, the conditions of approval on page 11 does incorporate conditions requiring the SSD be received preliminary by DEM, as well as a response on the preliminary determination from CRMC, as well as some other details. With that,
We had two raised hands.
Currently, we have one. That would be Phil Eden.
Go ahead, Mr. Eden.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thank you guys. So my name's Phil Eden. I appreciate the progress I feel like has been made since the last meeting. I do really want to emphasize that I think this is a great project, and part of what makes it so exciting is it's bordered on 3 sides by federal lands, and I think that the development and the developer and the project are really going to benefit from that. With that, I think comes an increased need for stewardship of that land, and I think it's better to err on the side of caution. I'd really like to see this project connected to the sewer. I appreciate what everyone was saying about how we need to hear from DEM and CRMC. But from my perspective, it's better to err on the side of caution and connect to the sewer now. So I'd really encourage everyone to take that seriously.
Just as a reminder, this board doesn't make that decision. It's John Schock is ultimately the one that's going to make the decision whether the applicant will have to hook into the sewer system. Again, the board has no jurisdiction on that side of the matter, but it is well noted. And as you heard, with several members would like to put certain conditions on what should be addressed should they not be on sewers.
And just one other comment to Mr. Eden's point. Mr. Eden, just to one correction, the property is bordered on the east by federal property only, and the other sides to the south is state property, and to the north is private property.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I believe they're all zoned government institutional, John, right? Correct?
The northern property is zoned R80.
Okay.
Okay, next hand that's raised is Stephen Crolius. Whoops. Sorry, Stephen, I just promoted you to panelist by mistake.
Okay. Now you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Steve Crolius from Wakefield. I spoke at the last hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this hearing. So I've taken in the idea that the way to solve the zoning challenge for Mr. Schoen's project is to extend the special management district across Route 1. And I've taken in that in the way to address the concerns expressed last time about possible, creep of what could happen over there, creepage in some future scenario. The way that the approach that's being taken here is to limit uses to 4 specific uses. And so, so far so good. I get that. But I want to express a concern, which is that this my instinct is that this is maybe the path of least resistance to accomplish the goal of creating a zoning situation that would allow this development to proceed. This extending the special management district. I'm not an attorney, and maybe this is the only way, or maybe this has been deemed the best way, but I did a little research, looked at small business administration statistics. And in the accommodations category, which this development would fall into as a business, between the years 2010 and 2019, only 57% of those businesses survived that were launched in 2010. And that was through 2019, that was before COVID hit. There's no statistics about what COVID has done to the accommodations industry, but we can all imagine that perhaps it has pushed the survival rate, down into the 50% range or less. And it's important to be aware that, this, even in a scenario of success here for Mr. Schoen, the Morgan Schoen Group may find it to be in their interest to transfer ownership. Maybe they've succeeded so well, and Mr. Schoen has other things to develop and he doesn't want the distraction. So, what I want to say here is that it's more than likely, greater than a 50% probability that this property will have a different owner sometime in the next 10 years. We're all still going to be here living in town. So if we have a different owner there who comes in, has not been through this process, maybe doesn't have the credentials and the values of Mr. Schoen, there's a, you, the planning board, will have to deal with this owner coming to you and saying, yes, well, I understand that Mr. Schoen limited his approach to only 4 uses, but I can't make that work. And in order for my thing to work, I'm going to need more uses. And I want you all to be confident that you're using the method of creating an accommodating zoning regime that puts you in the best position sometime in the next 10 years to address a different owner with different motivations and possibly different values, and to be able to protect the values of the town that we all hold dear. So I would actually at this moment be sort of interested if someone could, I don't know if you do this with people's, commenting from the public, but I would genuinely be curious to hear someone address the question of whether this expansion of the SMD to accomplish the zoning objective and why that was deemed to be the best approach over the long term for the town. Thank you.
Amy, would you like to address,
Sure.
please?
This is Amy Goins, legal counsel to the board. The board is bound to review the proposals that it gets. So in this case, the applicant made a proposal to the town, a proposal for a development requiring an amendment to the zoning ordinance and an amendment to the comprehensive plan. The planning board is obliged to provide an advisory recommendation on the matters that are ultimately up to the council, that being the zoning, to review and potentially grant conditional approval of the master plan stage. So the planning board can vote to recommend approval as presented. They can vote to recommend approval of a modified proposal. The planning board can certainly make whatever suggestions it deems to the council. So the planning board is empowered, is authorized to make whatever recommendations it deems to the council. And then it would be up to the council to give an up or down vote on what was presented.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I've said my piece, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else have their hand raised?
Yes, Derek M. Derek, are you there?
Yeah, am I unmuted?
Yes.
All right, great. I wanted to echo the comments of Phil Eden. Well, I think that the restrictions to be placed on the uses of the property are a big step in the right direction. I think the other large step in the right direction that is yet to be taken is a firm commitment by the developer to put this project onto the sewer. I'm reading the travel page. I'm seeing a lot of back and forth about sewer. We heard a lot of concerns about it last week, staying on septic, the possibility of further development of the property, increasing density, increasing buildings, and of course these large events that will take place in what is the most sensitive classification of land use in the watershed. And I think that, it was mentioned a moment ago by a member of the board that, the board doesn't make decisions on sewer or not sewer, but by striking the word sewer in section 605.18 utilities via zoning map to, the text amendment that's been proposed to be passed to the town council, well, we are allowing the development to go forward without connecting to sewer, whereas in the current case, it could not. I would like to see that that reversed. I would like to see the project connect to sewer for the safety of the watershed, and to take a lot of difficulty out of the process for the developer, as I think that not having a sewer connection there is going to cause a lot of issues with CRMC and DEM and a lot of engineering work and re-engineering work and complication for this project. I think that sewer is the way to go, and I'm hoping that Mr. Schoen would strongly consider it if costs will allow. Thank you.
Very good. Next person with their hand raised is Susan Marcus. Susan, you with us?
Did I unmute myself?
You did.
Okay. Thank you. I am slightly underprepared. I joined the meeting only about 10 minutes ago, so I'm not quite sure where you stand, and I don't expect you to go back and review that for me. I just want to say that I too am very concerned about the sewer, whether it's the decision made by the planning board or not. I want to agree with the two previous speakers. I'm also would very much appreciate a reconsideration of the rezoning, even with the four restricted uses of the SMD. I just think that's a very bad idea. And I don't like the revisions to the comprehensive plan, which were said to be so simple. I think those are very complicated. the language changes in there are very complicated, and I'd like to see that reconsidered as well. But I should say that I really hope this project goes forward, because I think it could be a very good use of the property. Thank you. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you.
Next person, Julia Sharp.
Hi, did I succeed in connecting?
You did.
Great. I work for the Narrow River Land Trust, which of course is very concerned about development in the watershed of the Narrow River. And I know this might sound kind of off the wall, but one way that we have been actively preserving the landscape of the watershed and protecting the watershed is through conservation easements. And I would throw it out there that if Mr. Schoen would be interested in putting a conservation easement on that property, he could relieve a lot of anxiety about the future use of it, because that would go with the property into perpetuity. And so it's just a different idea, but it's kind of what I do. And so I have to put it on the table as something to consider. That's it.
Thank you.
That concludes everyone who had their hands raised.
Okay. Anybody have any follow-up comments, or what's our pleasure? We have a meeting, an open meeting here. Do I have a motion? Do we want to close it? We want to discuss it? How would the board like to proceed?
I think we should have some
So
discussion.
I'm sorry, Maria, say again, I didn't hear you.
I think we should have some discussion.
Okay, so thank you. I was going to make a comment about that. And so what we've just heard from 5 people were that, and they all have the common theme. They like the project. They have concerns. Clearly, some would like to see this sewered, some would not. That was one of the common threads. The other was the concern with the longevity. And I think Amy Goins clearly articulated that we need to address the current proposal. We can't predict what's going to happen 10, 20, 30 years from now. That's not for us to decide. And I think the fact that we, and the applicant is willing to restrict, and so that we can modify, as Jay Parker indicated, modify the findings of fact and the conditions of approval that would restrict these specific uses. I think that should give everybody comfort. I think it does. Even at the last meeting, there seemed to be a sense of restrictions were okay because there was concern about the big box. And by the way, you can't have a big box, but anyway, I'll stop there. Concern about retail, concern about other uses. And I think in reading over the SMD uses and the restricted uses, or those that cannot occur, I was fairly comfortable. And yet we have an applicant who's willing to go more so and restrict further. So that his proposal, the specific uses for his proposal, are what he's focusing on, and not the ancillary land uses allowed currently under the SMD. So I think that should give people some confidence for the immediate application that we have to review.
A couple of thoughts after this, after 2 meetings in which we've had public comment. One is that I'm not certain why we can't have a special management district called resort, for example, rather than being under the umbrella per se of the special management district across the Route 1. Again, with limitations and restrictions. That's the first thing. The second thing is I think it's important for all board members to understand what the vesting will mean. This is not your typical residential subdivision, obviously. And I think it's important that members realize that what is on the map and the requests for the uses will be vested at that particular square footage or density, however you want to put it. That doesn't mean that things can't change at preliminary, but they do have the right to those specifics. Also, I think that this is complicated because we've got 3 different things going on. We have a comprehensive plan advisory opinion to the council. We have a zoning map and text advisory opinion to the council, and we have the conceptual master plan. I think it's important that there are consistencies within those 3 motions, even though they will differ in terms of detail from one to another. For example, I know that there's been talk about sewer versus OWTS, and one of the motions strikes the requirement for sewers from the SMD. If that is going to be up to the powers that be, DPS, DEM, and so on at the preliminary stage of review, I don't feel that it's wise to be making any kind of judgment on it in any of these 3 motions. Again, that's my opinion. I would also want to be absolutely sure that the language was clear so that we couldn't have any of these other uses such as retail in the future by this owner or any future owners, and that adjacent property owners and organizations and interested citizens would have a high degree of comfort that somebody, an adjacent property owner, couldn't come in and say, well, you gave them this, therefore I would like to have some of these uses as well, as specific as those uses are. And I think it's worthwhile having, there's one reference, very minor reference, but I think it's worthwhile having in a narrative, both to the council and in any kind of descriptive areas of these motions, that we refer to the fact that this is of some sorts an adaptive reuse type project. This was used as an institutional use, a school, so that sets it apart from, say, an adjacent property owner with a greenfield site that says, okay, well, I want to put up a hotel as well. So I think that needs to be consistent through any of the correspondence with the council and through any decisions that we make. And then the last thing is that I believe it was Joe who made mention at the last meeting having some kind of a consultant and peer review. And I think that needs to be discussed. When should that happen? And what are we looking for? What criteria, what information do we want? And again, back to what the expectations that this board has of this applicant at the preliminary stage of review, so that we all know what we want to see and we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Maria.
Hey, Steve, I actually have this question for Rich. Hey, Rich, septic, sewer, everyone's very concerned about that. What is your, I mean, if this project gets all the way down to the end of the line and we start building, you have no concerns that there will be checks and balances along the way to make sure that whatever is done is appropriate, correct? Is there a concern on your part?
No, this type of system, I believe it's probably already under a service contract, and it's probably, and yeah, Ryan, you're shaking your head. Is it presently under?
Yeah, Effluent Technologies, I believe, is the company
Yeah,
that
so-
services it, you know.
Yeah, and
I
in
don't
fact,
know.
that I believe is a recorded requirement. It's recorded with the town that they are required to have a maintenance contract. The other part of a system like this is that if it be, and it you know, it's strange to say, but because they're doing outdoor events, the way the plans lay it all out, everything is in close proximity to this system. If this system were failing in any way, they're going to know pretty quick, and they're going to be on it. Even if the maintenance is yearly, it may even be 6 months. And
it is. Yeah.
It's 6 months.
It's 6 months, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are huge bells and whistles that go off if there's 4 pumps in the system. If
Put
one goes
aside all
down,
the alarms,
Yeah.
the system probably has a series of alarms for high water, basically. It's not pumping. A pump fails, let's say. At the high point, the lever flips. It sends off all kinds of alarms. So they're gonna know. There are a lot of very large systems around, and generally we never hear about them because they generally function well. Now, doesn't say that this could fail, but
Yeah,
but
but everything,
there's enough there's enough alarms and bells and whistles and maintenance that goes into it that makes them safe.
right, you can have issues with sewer too. I mean, it's not like that's 100% either, so.
That's
I mean,
right.
there-
I mean, our sewer systems are frankly, most sewer systems are tied into pumps and if we have generators that fail and then we got to go down and pump, we pump.
Right.
You know what happens.
I mean, just for anecdotally, I mean, you have the Weekapaugin, the Ocean House, most of your national park systems are on septic. They're in environmentally sensitive places. Now they have to be maintained exactly as Rich said, but they can be done appropriately. And I just, I think again, I'm not an engineer and we need to cross that bridge when we get there, but I know they're done very, very well. And we want it to be, we want the Narrow River protected. So I don't want to be cavalier about it, but I do think we can achieve what needs to be achieved here. And it should be noted that the existing sewer line is over 20 feet above where this is. So no matter what, if it connects to a sewer line, you're pumping uphill, and it's 6,000 feet away is where the public sewer line is.
And the other thing is, though, I do want to point out from the town standpoint is that we want to see it connected as well. And we've voiced that, but we're trying at the same time to recognize that it is a pretty substantial system that's out there and it's functioning and it's got all these other requirements out there that keep it in good shape. So, we're just trying to recognize that, but at the same time, we want to see it connected as well. I mean, and we've been very clear about that. But it may not have to.
Can I also, sorry.
Go ahead, Ryan, sorry.
I just wanted to address Maria's previous comment as well. And I think that was well said about the changing the SMD language. That is something too that we have talked about as well. If that piece is an issue for the board, 605, I'm going to say the wrong thing, but 605.18, I believe in the SMD, it does specifically say that when sewers become available, that you have to connect at that time at the Planning Commission. We are comfortable with that. So I just, I don't think we have to make that change if that is one that is a sticking point that's of concern for this committee.
And the only reason we asked for the sewer adjustment change was because maybe Amy can help me think this through. But in section 102, it defines a special management district, and it says that the area must be serviced by public water and sewer service. And then in 605.18, it says that the district may be developed prior to the availability of public water and sewer. So I thought those were somewhat in conflict, and I wanted to address 102 maybe by saying, or I thought about this later on, maybe by saying that the area must be serviced by water and sewer in 102, subject to 605.18. It's kind of complicated, but.
Yeah, like 605.18 is obviously the exception for 102. So
Right.
Yeah, I was trying to address both. But anyway.
Amy, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, this is Amy Goins. I think I have a different interpretation. To me, 605.18 allows development of individual lots prior to utilities being brought into the original SMD. So I don't see that as in conflict with the general existing language of it must be serviced by public water and sewer service. I don't think 605.18 18 is an exception to the rule that eventually they must be, right? I think it's an exception allowing temporary development before those utilities were brought into the area.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, would it make any sense if we went through each of the motions individually just to review them and maybe add or subtract, make comments, etc.?
That'd be fine. We'll start with the motion one, the comprehensive plan amendment.
Jay, since you were the architect, can you just help us, walk us through motion number one in particular, because and recognize and in particular articulate the rationale for how many times the town can make a comprehensive plan change per year in the process?
And maybe put it up on the screen for those who may not have it in front of them.
I'm trying to work quick here and be multitasking. Give me 1 second. Adobe is not cooperating with me. Okay, I'm not going to be able to get it up right at this moment. Well, the amendment that was proposed is focuses primarily on changing the zoning district, obviously, to special management district. Oh, here it goes. I'm trying to get this up. Let me. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Nope.
So the request is to change the comp plan land use maps, map 2.3 land use plan map, 2.4, the Wakefield detail, which is it's a smaller scale, or larger scale, I should say, of the Wakefield area, map 2.9, by changing the zoning designation of this lot from residential very low density to Route 1 special management district. There were some text revisions that go along with that describe the district itself. The proposed changes change the description of the existing SMD as being located on the western side of Route 1 to also include the area on the eastern side of Route 1 that encompasses this property. The findings are rather straightforward. And if anybody has any questions on them, you can certainly ask. And it's the comp plan amendment portion of it is fairly general. It deals strictly with the actual change of the zoning designation itself for the property.
Any questions on the motion one? Any comments or suggested revisions there?
I think that in the findings, I think that there should be something that reflects the historical use of the property and use of the terms adaptive reuse. The historic use as an institutional school, educational facility should be put in there. And I still would prefer if this was called Special Management District - Resort, so that it was a very specific designation for this parcel as a whole. Even if it has the same prohibitions that the SMD does across the street, and in addition to the uses that will follow in the zoning amendment. I think reference, again, consistency and reference to these same items across the board, across these motions, I think is just prudent. Again, just my opinion.
Under D, it actually is 1, 2, then it goes to 4. But perhaps there it says promote protection of natural and historic cultural resources. You could add another sentence to that, Jay, and tie in the reuse of this this property that has historic value and gardens that were duly noted earlier in the testimony.
Yeah, I just want to point out that that these goals come from the Comprehensive Land Use Act.
So would you suggest adding E and just adding a narrative there?
Provided Amy is okay with that, I don't see why we couldn't do that.
This is Amy. I just want to make sure that the findings reflect what's provided for in state law.
And so, and what I hear from, I'm sorry, John here. So what I'm hearing, and I think it's is to make this consistent, this narrative that Maria described, and make it across each of the motions, which I agree with. I think that would be consistent and would also provide connectivity as to what, how we're making these, how these decisions will be made, or, when they be made. So, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Maria, you mentioned, and I lost you, SMD, after you mentioned the SMD, and then you said dash, and I lost you.
Resort.
Ah.
That just makes it specific and more, I think, again, readily understandable. I think it gives a greater degree of comfort to the various concerns that have been raised. And I think that when we are making a recommendation to the council for a change to the comprehensive plan, somewhere there needs to be our thought process or our rationale in making this. So it either needs to be in the findings of fact or some other place. Amy, you're the best one to.
Yeah, so this is Amy. I think what the council needs clear guidance, right? If the planning board is not in favor of the application as presented, with the amendments as presented, they need to know that. And ideally, they need to have a version that you would agree on, or some language. They need to have a consensus that's clear enough to allow staff to present whatever it is that you have in mind. I think, to the extent that individual members have issues with the motions that are drafted, you certainly can and should, voice your opinions. You certainly can, make an alternate motion. I just, I want to make sure that we're giving the council clear guidance, because that's what they need.
Understood.
We, in the SMD, we refer to the northern, the southern. We could call this the eastern if you don't want to put resort on it as a reference. It would specify where it was. But again,
That's a really good point, Steve. Because then it's north, south, and it's eastern.
So calling it something else would be fine if that's what the planning board is in favor of, but then you need to let the council know we're not recommending approval as presented. We're recommending approval of amendments to the same effect that would effectively create a new district or a new sub-district to consist solely of the subject's property.
Amy, I think your term sub-district is actually a really good one.
okay.
What was the term? I'm sorry, Maria, I didn't hear you.
Amy used the term sub-district.
Sub-district.
And it would be nice if we had resort in there somewhere, because it makes it more easily understood. It makes it more clear.
Amy, I have a question. would that require renotice, re-advertisement for this discussion? For this action by the board?
This is just advisory, so I don't think it would, in my opinion. Well, the public hearing that we're conducting tonight, in addition to the master plan public hearing, we're conducting a public hearing on the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, correct?
Correct.
All right, I think for purposes of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, because the comprehensive plan doesn't get into too much detail, I would say no, but it definitely would require amended notice going to the council. So the council, as the decision-making authority, would need to notice that amendments were proposed, or, you know, amendments to the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance, including the creation of a new sub-district. So it really is up to, it's going to be kind of a balance between the board and the applicant, because if the applicant wants the council to vote on what's presented originally, they have a right to get an up or down on what they proposed. But if the if the council's going to, if the planning board wants to propose something different, and if the council's potentially going to adopt that, it would need to be advertised as such.
So Amy, this wouldn't be simply an approval with conditions?
Well, if you're talking about creating a new sub-district, and that's the language I'll use because I think we all understand what that means, right? A different flavor or a different variety of the SMD, that's what you're talking about, then it would be significantly different than what was presented. Maybe not significantly different in substance, but at least in form, right? We wouldn't be talking so much about changes to the existing SMD regulations as we would creating a new kind of subset or sub-district within the SMD. So it would still have the same substance, and it would still, at the end of the day, be amendments that relate to this property, but you could more narrowly tailor the language that's being changed to just this sub-district, whatever you want to call it.
And Amy, this would have to be renoticed because we're doing this?
When it goes to the council, it's going to have to be, we'll have to see what happens as a result of this vote tonight. But when our office works with the clerk's office and planning staff to come up with the notice for the public hearing, we're going to have to confirm with the applicant whether they want the council to vote on what they presented or whether they want something alternative advertised. Because hypothetically, if they say, we like what we presented, that's why we wrote it the way we did, we want the council to vote on it, and the council got a recommendation from the planning board to the effect that you should approve this in a different form, my advice to the council would be the difference in form is significant enough to require a different language in the notice. So it would really be up to the applicant to let us know how they wanted to proceed before the council.
Amy, could we include some of these comments in a separate letter to the council? If we wanted to present these motions pretty much intact, and then
yeah, they are advisory.
You certainly can. You know, if
I'd rather not have to put the council in a position where they have to re-advertise it. We've worked on this for 4 months. We clearly directed, you know, from the get-go, it was going to be the SMD. So I feel that we've put the applicant at a disadvantage to hold it up or to try to change the specific name of the SMD.
You certainly can. You're still discussing it. At some point, it would be appropriate for a board member to make a motion based on what staff has prepared. You'll vote up or down on that. And then if any other member or members want to suggest additional conditions or changes, they can certainly do that. And then the council would see that all as one document to include the number of motions that you would be voting on.
But can't we, in order to simplify this, just send a communication to the council saying, we don't want to extend this unnecessarily and prevent the council from hearing this. However, this was discussed and considered. I mean, I don't see why it can't be an approval with conditions. One of the conditions would be modify the name, even though many of the other details will remain the same. And actually, this motion is very broad. The details would come in the zoning advisory opinion.
I think at the end of the day, what the council needs is certainty from you. They need a decision, number one, and they need clear advice, clear recommendations. So the more specific you can be on what changes you'd like to see or what changes you'd recommend that the council approve, that's what the council's going to be looking for.
So the council could have this motion and then decide that they wanted to add our changes after a public hearing, correct?
I think Amy's frozen.
Yeah, she looks frozen. Oh, now she's back.
Amy, you're muted.
So, I mean, how does the board feel?
I'm sorry, I'm having connection issues. I didn't quite hear those questions.
Would the council be able to look at our recommendations, including the recommendation to modify the language, even though much of it would remain the same, and make that assessment at their public hearing?
Amy, we can't hear you.
What's the board's thoughts on Maria's discussion, or do we want to, this motion one, for instance, move that along and add comments separately in a letter or a statement to the council?
This is John. Steve, I would be in favor of that. I think for all intents and purposes and with the best of intentions, we seem to be overthinking the SMD issues. And I'm concerned that creating a sub-district will put us into a whole new ball game that could hinder the application moving forward, and that could be problematic. I mean, we all agree it's a good repurposing. So I think the language that Maria was suggesting, which would be adding, as you pointed out, E as a new narrative, which would be to talk about the historical use of the property, number one, and how, the repurposing of the existing property, not knocking down any buildings, not adding any structures, but repurposing is also important language to be part of the narrative. And I think if we could do that in the narrative, by adding E to the motion, and we can also do additionally a letter that could summarize some additional points that we want the council to understand vis-a-vis the application and what it can do for the community in repurposing the property. So I think we should move with the existing drafts, make amendments as we see fit, but also the overriding letter that summarizes the board's intent, I think would be meaningful.
This is Amy. I apologize. I had connection issues earlier, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
It's okay,
great.
Amy, we've already decided. I'm kidding.
All right, good,
Well.
good. Makes my job easier.
No, Amy, seriously, what we were just talking about was moving, we're talking about the existing draft motions, making the connection between all three. That would be a new narrative that explains the historical use of the property over the many years. It would also talk about the repurposing of the existing of the property and the existing structures, the fact that nothing would be added, nothing would be knocked down, it's just renovations, etc. And this would be the common link between all three draft motions. And that we could also do a letter that would further emphasize how the board feels vis-a-vis the application and what it can do for the community.
I think that's fine. I just want to make the applicant aware and the board aware as well that to the extent the board has a consensus that that the zoning amendment should be tweaked to the extent of creating a new sub-district, at some point that would need to be hammered out.
We understand.
Again, I think my thought is we send a letter and don't refer to creating another district or a sub-district.
Well,
Yeah,
I feel that we
Explain it in a narrative.
Well,
Yeah, I would agree.
I think we should strongly recommend that. And remember that they will have their own public hearing with
Right.
weigh-in from the public as well. And I also think that in the motion itself, where it says that we're changing it to Route 1 Special Management District, or of course, my preference is resort, there should be, it should say with restrictions. Because it makes it sound like we're changing it carte blanche, and we're not, we're changing it with restrictions. I think it should say that in the motion.
Well, I mean, he's been very specific in what he's asking for. So
Right, and he's
we're not
willing.
giving carte blanche.
He's willing to go along with those restrictions, and therefore it should be stated in the motion.
Maria, this is Amy. So if the council approves conditions to the zone change, that would be the zoning, right? It would be Route 1 SMD with conditions. So whether it's articulated as such in the motion or not, that's how it would be listed in the zoning ordinance. And you know that our zoning ordinance has a very detailed listing of conditions applicable to previous zoning map amendments.
I guess, yeah, and just because, is it all right if I weigh in here just real quickly?
Sure.
Of course.
So the only thing, I mean, just, I guess not speaking for the other concern that I would have is this, I think Maria makes some really good points, but I do hope that we can handle these within the SMD rather than creating a new zone. One, I think if you start creating a new zone, you do start opening yourself up to spot zoning, and that you start looking at each individual parcel and saying, we like this, but only this specific use. And I think the one thing that we haven't really talked about as much is the SMD. That use is while there are uses that are allowed, you are able to create the most restrictive because you have this architectural review. And we have outlined it that it's only these 4 specific uses. So people can't touch the buildings, they can't do anything without this planning board's approval, which in many ways makes it the most restrictive use, I guess I would say. So I would just maybe consider that in your guys' thought process.
Mr. Chair.
Any other? Yes, John.
So in looking at motion 2, advisory to the town council on zoning map and text amendments, if board members would flip to the next page 10 of 11, and look at the findings of consistency with purposes of zoning, and then look at the conditions of approval, again, you can see the specific use codes that are outlined here that are very specific, again, to what the applicant is proposing to do over the 3-phase development plan that he has. So I think if, again, I don't see the need for a new zone. I agree. I think it could get convoluted and it could, and I don't think it'd be fair to the applicant. So again, looking at these, and if the board, board members look at them, we're talking about 5 specific use categories. That would be condition of approval. And this is again advisory to the council, and the council could amend that if they so wish when they get their review. But I'd be comfortable with these conditions of approval currently outlined.
Can we hear from some of the other board members weighing in on this?
Steve, could I ask a question, please? This is Susan.
Yep.
I think on one of the maps of the project, it showed some retail space, but I didn't see it in any of the narratives. Is there indeed retail space here at the project, and does that need to be added in as an accepted use of the property?
It might have been retail for the, was that for the selling of wine, Ryan?
It was actually, there's a little space there that we thought we would do like farm stand sundries shop type thing. I don't know if it's actually, we called it retail on the plan thing. I don't think it needs to be zoned retail. We could definitely take that out, but it's kind of like by your front desk. It's where we would sell soaps or shampoo, the little things like that. So
that would be allowed just per the farming vineyard use anyway. I don't think you'd have to.
Yeah, that was my thinking. So.
Okay.
Good find though, Susan.
Thank you, but I'd like to follow. So if you go into Newport Vineyards over in Middletown, there's a whole store there that sells cutting boards and wine glasses and wine and gewgaws. Is that not something that you would be adding into this space?
I don't think so. I mean, it's basically for all the reasons why, that was kind of talked about at the last meeting. It's not really a destination place for that stuff.
Okay.
I think it would be too far off the road for somebody to try to get there. So
Thank you.
So Steve, I'm good with the language as far as the SMD with the restrictions, and I'm okay with the conditions of approval. My only concern is there language that limits the quantity of those uses? So we have condition code 40.1, which is a motel, which is going to be used for, we're using the existing structure for that. But do we have language that, this is a 36-acre site, a 35.5-acre site. What would limit it from 2 other motels going up on that site? What's the language that we have?
Joe, that I think would go.
Quantity issue.
Go ahead, Amy.
Joe, this is Amy Goins. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That I think goes to the fact that the zoning ordinance amendment is being approved or would be acted on simultaneously with the proposed development plan. And I don't think we need to go so far as specifying that there shall only be 1 hotel in this on the property in the zoning ordinance amendment itself, because if that's the plan you approve, that's what they're tied to.
All right. So you're saying the additional language comes from the other motion?
Right. That would be, the property can only be developed according to the plans that that you review and approve.
The master plan that's submitted.
Right. So there's no danger of, you approve 1 hotel and suddenly 5 pop up.
Okay.
So
that would extend to like limits of disturbance and other concerns that we may have for developing a 36-acre site, obviously.
That's preliminary plan.
Okay.
But again, to reiterate what Amy said, that's what I was getting at earlier with the vesting and the actual plan that has been submitted. That is what will be vested and allowed at this point.
Hey, Steve.
Pam, did you, Joe, who was that? Peter?
Yep. Okay. If we write that advisory letter, are we writing that tonight? Condition 2?
I don't think we could maybe draft something and do that at our next meeting.
When is their hearing scheduled?
Right.
Amy? Or you know when their town council is going to hear this?
Isn't this supposed to go before the council at the first meeting in September, which is September 14th?
That was our understanding.
Okay, well, actually, they probably continue to the next regular meeting.
Yeah.
All right, so then tonight we should draft something that
Yes.
we can have
Agreed.
staff.
Can I just get one last clarification? So what I'm hearing, Amy, if this is correct, is that because right now this would go as a package. And so the conditions of approval talk about the change to the zoning with strictly limited to this, that, and the other. As Joe pointed out, then if for some reason this plan doesn't go through, if somebody else wanted to come in and use this zoning change that allows motel, the zoning change is still there, but somebody would still have to come in under development plan review and get an approval for one motel or two motels or whatever. So at that point, you could decide whether that's appropriate or not. Because the zoning changes,
I agree. This is, yeah.
So that's true. So the zoning change stays, but then the approval would still have to go with with a new hearing, et cetera.
Yeah. This is Amy. I agree with everything you said.
Okay.
But
All right.
Amy,
Yes,
wouldn't it be
but
allowed
there's
by
still a
right at that
requirement
point,
major
hotel?
land development project review.
I'm sorry, Joe, could you repeat that question?
So I understand that if somebody came through with a different proposal for a hotel at a later date, we would review that separate. But the zoning change that happens now would result in that being
Yeah,
allowed by
right.
right.
So if this mess, the applicant happens to go belly up in a year from use being necessarily, the plan.
Could you repeat that, Amy? We missed kind of the last couple sentences.
Yes, so if the council approves a zoning change that paves the way for a development like this, and, the options are A, either the applicant goes forward with this development, or B, goes forward with a different development, or someone else goes forward with a different development. The use would be allowed. The layout and the specifics of the development to be reviewed and approved by the.
Yeah, you're breaking up again, Amy.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I think she was going on to say the use and the specifics would have to be addressed by the planning board.
But Amy, can we put in language for the conditions of approval that it's applicable to the reuse or the reuse of the existing structures? Or is that just not appropriate?
That is certainly a condition that you can recommend to the council. And it's a condition that you could consider imposing yourself on the development plan. But, if the council wants to incorporate that condition, that's up to them. If you want to, that's in your purview as part of the development review.
So,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so Amy, with that said, and I understand, the discussion and Joe's comment, question was valid. And it's a what if. So what if we approve the conceptual master plan, then we make then we vote on on item number one, motion number one, number two, which are advisory to the council. And in the master plan, it's subject to zone change as requested, pursuant to, the SMD with the specific conditions of approval is outlined in motion number two. So could we grant master plan approval and then tie the SMD, the zone change to that master plan?
The council, I think, let me answer the question I think you're asking. The council can tie the zone change to the development that's being proposed and potentially approved by the planning. They can't tie it to the applicant development in the form that it's in now.
Okay, you just say that again, Amy. It can be, so yes, they can do that, but yet the last piece I missed.
Yeah.
They cannot tie it to the applicant personally, but they can tie the zone change to the development, to the development plan that's being presented.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that would work then. I mean, it's tied to the existing application that we're reviewing. And the uses are clear and the application is clear about its intended uses, its purposes, what it's trying to do over a three-phase project.
If that is a condition that the planning board agrees should be imposed on the zone change, you need to make that clear to the council, because if you'll recall, with regard to a project that came before the board several years ago, and I'm thinking of 571 Main Street, that was a major legal question, whether a condition of a previous zone change was specific to the property presented at the time or was intended to apply to the property in perpetuity. And so the council needs clear guidance on a proposed condition of approval to that effect.
Okay, but it's doable. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
I would like to know what Amy has to say about some of the, not only the conditions, the restrictions that the applicant has agreed to, but also there was mention of an easement on the facade and the restoration of the gardens. Would that be contained only in the master plan approval and would not be reflected anywhere else, correct?
It's doable. That's my recommendation. That's my understanding. I don't think the zoning ordinance amendment itself needs to get too into the weeds on the conditions. I think all of those conditions can be incorporated.
Okay.
We lost you after incorporated.
Yeah.
I'm
Amy,
sorry.
That's okay. Amy.
Incorporated into the master plan?
Must have been master plan.
Yes.
Okay.
And is there additional language that's required so that it is clear that this zone text amendment is meant to be in perpetuity? So that we don't end up in the same situation as you referred to?
If you want to tie the zoning ordinance amendment to the proposed development, that needs to be done clearly, because if it's not done clearly, the default is it's not development specific.
Okay. So again, in the conceptual master plan, motion 3, we could make that a condition of approval. and bringing the zone change as part of that under the conditions of approval.
Correct.
Okay. And I think that would give the board and I think the public some comfort that this is not going to be in perpetuity. It is tied to this particular application. And if it succeeds, great. If not, then the zone change is not in perpetuity. It doesn't go beyond this.
Okay. Everybody happy with
So,
it?
so it would be the opposite of a special use permit then, correct? It wouldn't be
Say
tied to
again?
the land. It would be the opposite of the way a special use permit is tied to the land. This would be the opposite of that, correct, Amy?
Amy, you may want to consider dialing in one of the numbers. You may have a better connection.
Well, I don't want to confuse the issue too much because a special use permit can have conditions that tie the approval to a certain use. So I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try a different number. I apologize. I've got bad cell service at home and bad internet now, so I'll try to fix the issue.
I'd like to remind the board that we still have the public hearing open. If we're going to move this amendment motions tonight, that we should probably move to close the public hearing.
I'll make that motion. Close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All right, Joe's made the motion. John's second of the motion. Can we have a roll call, please, Pam? To close the public hearing. Pam, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying
Okay.
to unmute. Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve Demasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
and Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Okay, close the public hearing. Does the board want to start working on these motions and then draft the comments to the town council?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a suggestion that we look at motion 3 first and make the changes that we have been talking about within the conditions of approval that tie the application to the zone change, approval of the zone change by the town council.
Okay.
And then we can go back and work on items number 1, motion 1 and motion number 2.
And I think it's important that everyone understands that while they're somewhat related, they are all different. They're a different animal. And so we have to be very thorough with each of them.
So under motion 3, the conceptual master plan, was it the conditions of approval, John? You wanted to add?
We'd add number 8.
Number 8, okay.
Yeah. And that would be subject to a zone change to SMD. And there's probably additional language that could be brought in there. I'm going to defer to Brian and to Jay that would tie it to motion number 1 and motion number 2.
So does condition number 1 address what you just indicated for number 7? Number 8?
The reason I say tie in, Jay, is because Maria's point about the narrative that was across all 3 motions, I think is good. So it provides, I think, a little bit of a historical perspective. So again, the narrative was the historical use of the school, of the property over the years, which has already been identified by the applicant. So that could be borrowed from the applicant. Number 2, the repurposing of the property and under the current application and the proposed uses, what the applicant is looking to do. And that would be tied across all 3. So motion number 3, again, you're going to have a little bit of this narrative that would be applied to conceptual master plan, just so that there's understanding. But again, conditions of approval, number 8 would add subject to zone change to SMD.
But I guess that was what I was asking, is that condition number 1 says that the decision is contingent upon the approval of the comp plan and zoning map and text amendment seeking to rezone the property.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, you got it right there.
Yeah.
Number 1.
All right.
Yeah, valid point. Thank you, Jay.
Okay, everybody happy with that?
Yes and no. I think the overall language is fine, but again, I wouldn't want this to prevent, say the council decided to modify the request for the SMD and they decided to rename it or add further conditions as I suggested. Would this condition prevent that from happening because it says that it's contingent on rezoning it specifically to the SMD?
Well, I think as Amy said before, Maria, if we wander too far from what was advertised, the council would have to re-advertise this whole review.
Right, but I'm asking kind of the question to Amy, is this, would this prevent any modifications because of the way it's written, if the council were to decide to make some modifications?
Can you hear me now? This is Amy.
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize to everyone. It's painful for us all, so I apologize. You have to be very careful about what conditions of approval you're talking about. What I think we were talking about with Maria before was a condition tying the zoning ordinance amendment to the proposed development. That's separate than this condition of approval, which would be tied to the master plan approval and would tie it to the council's approval. It's really a condition of approval that would be whether it's stated or not, it's a conditional approval. I would say if the council ends up approving something different, this condition would have to be amended. And I think that condition could be amended, at preliminary plan. I don't think this would prevent them from going forward, right? It would just be just like all the other changes we normally see from master to preliminary. But if you want to have a condition on the zone change tying it to this development, you need to recommend that specifically to the council.
Okay.
Can we put that in the narrative?
I think you could, or you could do it as a standalone letter.
Well, the narrative that we wanted to add after these.
I prefer to have it in the motion.
Okay.
I do also.
All right.
I again want to make sure board members, if there are any specific conditions that they want the applicant to have to comply with or any additional information that we expect to see at preliminary, I think it needs to be put in these conditions now so that there are no surprises.
And we're on motion 3, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Number 6 of that motion.
Is that what we're looking at? Motion?
Yes, number 6 of that motion mentions a traffic study. So perhaps, do you want to add something else into number 6 regarding what we expect to see at preliminary.
This kind of goes back to the discussion we had at last meeting. I'd like the board to consider the requirement of a consultant. There are items such as drainage and groundwater and noise and impact to wildlife and maybe even the wastewater that we're going to have a very short time, and
Okay.
it'd be good if there was a third party looking at that and providing us some recommendations that would ultimately
that
go into the
seems like-
conditions of
Agreed.
preliminary.
And Joe, that's a lot of conditions. Could you articulate each one separately?
Well, so one would be wastewater, right? It would be looking at the wastewater. I know DEM is going to look at that, but there is some, and I was glad to hear that it's a time dose system versus a socially dosed system as far as with the pumps, because they require a maintenance plan, and that goes a long way. But I would still like to have clear language that we can put into the preliminary approval as far as what's the conditions that portable fixtures would be required. And I would like to have, and this is one of the things that I think that the consultant would look at, would give us kind of specific language. So you look at the septic system and you determine how many people before you have to have, porta johns. So, and that would be a condition of approval at the preliminary. That whenever it goes over 150 people, 200 people, 100 people, whatever it is, that they have to use that. So that's one. The other one would be a drainage and groundwater. I think that there's, I would like to see what the recommendations, the applicant with his engineer is going to come up with some best management practices. It would be good to have somebody to review those to see if those are the best management practice or whether there's another one. And then ultimately have a maintenance plan for those best management practice, whether that's a retention pond or a retention swale or something else. The other one would be noise and what the potential impacts are to the neighbors and whether there's any mitigation strategies that we should be looking at and maybe putting it in the conditions of approval. Another one may be vegetation, the limits of disturbance. This is a 36-acre site. Maybe there's some vegetation on site that really should remain on site for the wildlife, for the areas that's not being, disturbed. So those are the types of things that I think that somebody could look at and give the board an independent language for us, our consideration for the conditions of approval at the preliminary stage.
I agree with this. I mean, we've heard a lot of concerns about the watershed as a whole, and these areas that Joe has pointed out, the drainage, the water, the wastewater, the impact to wildlife, the vegetation, limit of disturbance, the noise, all of these as a whole would really help. I think it's always good to ask for information, and that way you can make a thorough and responsible decision.
I mean, ultimately, I'd like to see some recommendations on whether fertilization or fertilizer should be, used or not used. Maybe the recommendation is that you can use fertilizer on the grapes, but not the general lawn areas or whatever, because of the impact that it could have to the Nile River. Those are the types of things I'd like to make sure we're considering at the preliminary stage.
Joe, this is Susan. Could I potentially add to that? I am wondering about water usage on the site, and I believe I read in here that Suez was consulted about water usage by hotel guests, but I also understand grapes need to be irrigated during times of drought, and I'd like to, I think, make sure that Suez can promise adequate water to keep the vineyard going if we have another hot, dry summer and water restrictions in town. Or alternatively, is it possible to sink a well on this site to, as a farming practice to irrigate grapes by well water instead of doing town water?
Just to clarify that we would not connect to Suez for that water, and there is a well on site. I don't believe we would be utilizing it. I mean, it would have to be in the first 2 years of plant growth. Once the plants are established, their vines actually go down, their roots go 8 feet under the ground, and they can handle severe drought at that point. It's really just the first 2 seasons that it could possibly be an issue.
So John, I'm sensitive to not making this too difficult or expensive for the applicant, but I also sensitive to making sure we look at it holistically versus just piecemeal under a short time frame. So if there's some balance there.
So I have a thought maybe on that, Joe, is because we also have to acknowledge that we do have staff that has skills on much of this as well, but also doesn't have the full range of skills, and nobody has all of these, I should say. So I'm just wondering if maybe it's that a consultant but review design and make recommendations for best management practices. I mean, because to reduce impacts, is that I'm just trying to limit the scope, because the scope could get really big and you could have them assess everything and such. But I think that what I'm hearing,
And we don't want to do that to the applicant. We want to.
right. So I
think-
was thinking that maybe it's like reviewing the design and making recommendations on the best management practice.
Perhaps Rich could chime in here, and do you think he could coordinate
Yeah.
some of these areas that should be reviewed after we?
Yeah, Ryan, what is CRMC asked for from you?
So CRMC has actually a lot of the documentation you guys have, but they're verifying the wetland edge and they're going through the preliminary determination. They are then, I believe, they're going to give a report on the suitability of the watershed, septic or sewer. They're going to give a report on that, but then they are going to defer to DEM to go through the specifics of the septic sewer piece. And they are also with the wetland edge, they are going to talk about areas of sensitivity where no development is allowed to happen, where a lot of the questions that Joe brought up about which places are sensitive and we can't be touching, or if we do touch, we're going to have to go through more significant review with them.
Have they identified any requirements that you're going to have any BMP practices, things that you might have to implement if you're deciding when you clear land or when you put in vines? And have they discussed with you any sort of requirements along those lines?
I haven't gotten the details of that, but keep in mind, the plan right now is not to be doing, it's quite a small amount of clearing because we're using the existing fields where we're planting the grapes. There is a little bit to the north where there may be some, but for the most part, we're looking at all existing land. So it's a pretty, it's the existing fallow fields essentially, and they've sat fallow for an extremely long period.
Have they said anything about limitations on fertilization, anything like that? Have they discussed that with you?
We have not gotten to that phase yet. But just to be clear, there are no fertilizers that we're planning to use with the grapevines. Because we've done the studies on the soil, and there's actually more organic matter than we need for grapevines. But just.
Back to Joe and Pam's comments. I still think that we should have a consultant that can look overall at some of these things and develop either best management practice or come up with some kind of opinion, because if they go to DEM and they're just going to the OWTS wastewater conversation, there may not be the conversation about wildlife, vegetation, and so on. So I think if we are going to try to look at this holistically, we do need to get some kind of information from some third party.
All right, we're kind of all over the place on what we're going to look at. Why don't we just add that we're going to have a peer review or a consultant come in and review the project and direct us on areas of concern.
And
I'm fine with that.
But can I just add recommendations for reducing impacts?
Yeah, that's fine. But try to consolidate. I mean, we've touched on a lot of different things, and for Jay to put that into one sentence. So we're going to hire a consultant to review the project in areas of concern, whether it be wetlands, porta-johns at holiday, wedding events or any events, limits to of disturbance to the area. So
Well, are you gonna list certain things or all of them? That's the thing. I don't want to
well,
get to
I don't want to list
preliminary.
all of them. Let's let the consultant look
Well,
at it, if that's
well-
why we're hiring a consultant. And
Right, but I don't want to get to preliminary and say, well, you didn't put these in the motion, therefore they're only going to look at groundwater. I think it's important that we, at some point, are specific enough to list all, and they're all interrelated, they're all connected. So a good consultant will not have a problem doing this, but I don't want any of these issues to get somehow lost in the transition from master plan.
Well, I
to
thought by
preliminary.
saying peer review of the entire project, that would cover whether it
Yeah,
be.
I would agree with that. I don't think we need to put every, because you never know, we're always going to leave something out. And I think if it's a comprehensive statement that the entire application is under review or, specific to, some of the elements you mentioned, then it gives him or her license to provide recommendations to the board.
We're gonna have to give the consultant direction when we hire him. So,
So Joe, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Basically to do a review to minimize impacts and recommend best management practices. Recommend
that's
best
whatever
practices.
it may be. Okay. Jay, is that clear enough for you?
I'm gonna have to review the video, but yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
Basically, you're requesting a review of any potential development impacts and any suggested mitigative measures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way you said that.
Actually, that's good.
Okay. All right.
Very good.
So have we covered everything? All right, do we want to start with motion one?
Oh, and just to make sure, we are adding on the third motion, we are adding that portion either in the findings or the paragraph prior to that about the historic use, the adaptive reuse, and so
Yeah,
on.
the narrative.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Just for clarification, when you say narrative, you mean
Jay,
the-
it's two items.
Referring to the reuse of this property and preservation of the gardens and
understood, but are you talking about putting it in the findings of fact, or are you talking about you
I
see?
think, Jay, the way I understand it is they're talking about a consistent addition to the findings of fact on each motion that discusses the historic institutional use of the property and the proposal for adaptive reuse of the existing.
I understand. I've heard the phrase narrative a number of times, and
I think the narrative, that's what the narrative is that they're talking about, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's to keep that consistency through the three motions. That's the way I understand it.
Yes,
Brian, you're
well
correct.
put, Brian.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so motion one, do I have a motion to move that?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
We just finished discussing in detail motion 3. So if we're going back to motion 1, don't we need to
Well,
talk
I
about it?
think we have to start with motion one. Is
Right,
that-
so we need to discuss it, yeah.
Okay, I thought we had gone through motion one earlier when John brought it up.
I thought we did. We're just adding the two statements under the findings of fact.
I have a question. Okay, the other one's motion 2, never mind.
You all set?
Yeah.
I think we are.
Okay. So do I have a motion on motion number one?
Yeah, I'll read it if. I'm just going to read motion number one at this point. Comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with the procedures for amendments to the comprehensive plan adopted by the South Kingstown Town Council on January 9th, 1996, and later amended on February 23rd, 2009. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby approves the application of Morgan Schoen Hospitality, Inc. to amend the comprehensive land use plan map 2.3, land use plan map 2.4, land use plan map Wakefield detail, and map 2.9 zoning by changing the map designation of AP 50-4 lot 12 from residential very low density to Route 1 Special Management District, as well as the proposed text revisions to the description of the Route 1 Special Management District on page 19 of the introduction, as well as Table 2, Land Use Plan Map Categories, and Table 3, Zoning Districts to reflect the same. The purpose of this comprehensive plan amendment is to permit an application to amend the town zoning map designation of AP 50-4, Lot 12 from R80, Rural Residential Low Density District, to Route 1 Special Management District to proceed for consideration by the town council. The planning board's decision to approve the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is based on the following findings of fact. Findings of fact A through D. We're going to add E, which will again talk about the historical use and use of the property and the repurposing of the as currently proposed. And 6. Okay, and item number 6 as well.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, not sure who got that. John had made the motion. Joe, did you second that? Okay.
Second.
So Pam, can you take a roll, please?
Oh,
Sure.
wait, can we
Oh,
have further
discussion.
discussion? before
Discussion.
we have the vote? I would, without needing to make a separate motion, as Amy suggested, I would still like to be able to offer some kind of comments to the council going forward, specifically related to the idea of the name change. But I don't want to have to either vote no on this, because I think the project should move forward, but I don't want to have to make a separate motion. So how can Amy, how can
Yeah,
those
Maria,
comments be conveyed?
This is Amy. I think you're either going to speak with the planning board or you're going to speak individually, and it's fine if you want to send individual thoughts and comments to the council. There's nothing preventing any member of the planning board from speaking in their individual capacity. If it's the board, they speak with one voice through their written motion. So it's up to you. If you should vote however you think it's appropriate. But if you want it to be something that is approved by the board, it would need to be an amendment to the existing motion.
Yeah, and again, this is the way it was advertised, and I caution the board to try to make a subdivision or a subunit within the existing SMD language. And I prefer to do that in a separate communication to the council. Pam?
I think I feel comfortable if we really could get the, because I definitely hear what you're saying. So if we could put that in, a very concise, some key things that came up that we would like the council to understand as well. But I hear what Maria's saying, but I also very much understand that because here we have the special condition, the restrictions, I feel confident that the zoning goes with that it doesn't matter what the name is. But I think that that's something that we should bring to the council to just consider if they're, as something that we were thinking about.
Okay, that's fine. But I'd like to do that as a separate letter of recommendation or motion. So we have the motion on the floor by John, a second by Joe. Pam, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Peter DiStefano.
Aye.
Susan Axelrod.
Aye.
Maria Mack.
Aye.
Steve Demasi.
Aye.
Joe Murphy.
Aye.
John Riondo.
Aye.
And Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Okay. Motion number 2.
I had written down a second condition of approval. Maybe it's not necessarily with the revised finding of facts, but what I wrote down was for number 2, zone changes shall be applicable to the adaptive reuse of the existing structures and properties for the uses identified above. So that would follow number 1.
Oh, that's good. Good language.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep, okay. So noted.
And then I have that question about the second to last sentence on the beginning of the motion about, in parentheses, Route 1 SMD district utilities to eliminate the requirement that the lot and its building be connected to sewer at least during the life of the current OWTS. Is that going to be in conflict with something that may or may not arise at preliminary?
Amy, do you have a comment on that?
All right.
I'm
Which I-
sorry, hang on a sec. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so the real question is whether these amendments, as they're proposed by the applicant, would hamstring the town in some way or take precedence over the authority of the Director of Public Works vis-a-vis the sewer feasibility study. And my opinion is that it would not.
Okay.
Okay. You okay with that, Maria?
Yes, as long as Amy is okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to make it, I want everyone to be aware of my opinion, at least, that the sewer feasibility study is still required and that EPS still has the ultimate authority on that question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
question in regard to Joe's comment about Joe's proposed condition related to the adaptive reuse of the structure of the building, the property. Is the intent to prevent any substantial modification or new buildings on the property? So is this zone change only going to be appropriate, only going to be applicable to the whatever they can do in utilizing that existing building only? Is that what was meant by adaptive limited?
Well, actually, the narrative that we had talked about, Joe, mentioned a reuse and adaptive, did it not?
It did.
On the findings of fact, you were going to put additional stuff to which would cover that, or just in the narrative to the?
Well, the narrative that we had talked about earlier that Brian so eloquently pieced together for us.
But Joe had
We're gonna-
additional language that maybe.
So you
could
don't think
read
that?
again.
I mean,
Could you just read that, Joe? I didn't get it all.
what I had written down, and it may not be required based on the other discussion we had, but what I had written down was zone changes shall be applicable to the adaptive reuse of the existing structures and property for the uses identified above, which would be the uses identified in condition of approval 1.
I just thought that was really good language.
If your proposal
But
is.
my intent
make
was
that-
not to limit it just to the building. I mean, I'm okay, truthfully, I'm okay with the cottages on this property. Personally, I'm okay with that, so.
So
is that reflected? So your statement, Joe, adaptive reuse of the buildings, of existing buildings and property may preclude the phase 3 proposed element of the extended stay bungalows.
Yeah, and that's not my intent, because I personally, I know Alton Jones and some of those other facilities that have those, I like it, so. So that was not my intent. My intent was to prevent, Motel 6 coming in on that site. That was my intent.
Okay.
Again, I don't know what Brian had mentioned. You don't think that would cover it, Joe? The adaptive reuse?
It may, and that's why I started off that discussion saying it may not be required. That is something I had written down, and if you think it's covered, then I'm good with that.
Well, I thought that Joe was trying to tie the zone changes to the plan that's being approved.
Yes.
And I thought that was different from what Brian was talking about, which was just historical context.
I think Amy would have to chime in. I mean, what I had discussed previously was adding a finding of fact, which would basically reflect your review of the current conditions of the property and the proposal for adaptive reuse. If you want to now make something that is a condition of approval, that's a different animal.
Yeah.
That would have to go in with the other conditions of approval. And if you're not careful in how you word it, then Joe, you're exactly right. You could wind up restricting the additions of those bungalows in a phase 3. So you need to be careful if you're adding another condition of approval.
So my thought was that it's justifies a condition of approval, not just a findings of fact, although my language may have been too restrictive.
Doesn't the plan reflect the other phase? So by saying that it would be related to the plan as presented, that would include the bungalows. Isn't there some notation on the plan about this other phase?
I think they were shown on one of the plans.
Yeah, it is shown.
So that would be covered.
So can we just add that? Can we just say zone changes shall be applicable to the adaptive reuse of the existing structures and property as shown on the plan?
Yes.
Which is identified above.
Yes.
On the proposed plan.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Callahan, are you okay with that?
As long as the adaptive reuse language doesn't limit the bungalow potential. I think that if we could just say that the adaptive reuse is limited to the uses proposed with consideration for phase 3, or I don't know what it's determined as, but something along those lines to not prevent that in the future.
All right, I see where you're going. I think we can come up with something for that.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. As long as the plan as presented can be approved.
Right.
That's all we're asking for.
Okay. So anything else on motion 2 that we want to revise? Was somebody, Maria?
No,
Oh,
I
you lit up. I thought you had something to say. All
must
right.
have just been a sigh.
Okay. Someone like to make this motion?
I'll read the motion. Motion 2, advisory to the town council on zoning map and text amendments. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby recommends that the town council approve an amendment to the town of South Kingstown zoning map to change the zoning map designation of AP 50-4 Lot 12 from R80 Rural Residential Low Density District to Route 1 Special Management District, SMD, and to change the zoning text amendments as proposed. The zoning text amendments seek to amend section 102.e overlay and special management districts, Route 1 Special Management District, to include the subject property within the Route 1 SMD zoning district. Section 605.5 Route 1 Special Management District, permitted uses to allow for the operation of a restaurant serving alcohol, use code 56.1, and or accessory entertainment to restaurant or bar, use code 56.3, to be a use by right and not require a special use permit, and to allow for a liquor store, use code 55.3, to require a special use permit within the SMD. Section 605.15, Route 1 Special Management District open space, to allow for farm lands, gardens, and vineyards to be allowable types of open space uses within the SMD. And section 102.e overlay and special management districts, Route 1 Special Management District, as well as section 605.18 Route 1 Special Management District utilities, to eliminate the requirements that the lot and its buildings be connected to sewer at least during the life of the current OWTS. This recommendation is based on the following findings of fact and findings of consistency with the purposes of zoning. Findings of fact A through D. And we're going to add the comment made by Joe on the adaptive reuse of the buildings and properties as seen in the proposed plan. Findings of consistency with the purpose of zoning, items E through I, and conditions of approval, item 1, which stipulates the 5 current use codes as a condition of approval.
Where is the part that Joe recommended? Is that under findings or under conditions? Shouldn't it be under conditions?
That's condition of approval too.
Okay.
All right, so that's number 2, Joe?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I amend my motion to conditions of approval, adding number 2, which again is the adaptive reuse of buildings and property outlined on the plan submitted by Ryan, by Schoen and Morgan and Schoen.
Okay, so we have a motion by John, a motion 2 that's been amended. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Joe. Any discussion?
Sorry about this. I do have a question. This part about the liquor store, use code 55.3, but I don't see that in the conditions of approval. So am I just missing? I'm sorry. The part about the liquor store in the first part of the paragraph.
Yeah, no, you're right, Pam. That's not part of the condition of approval. So we can strike that from the motion, the narrative of the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jay.
perhaps if we could ask Mr. Callahan to clarify that. I think there was certainly a request for the language in regards to the liquor store. However, in one of the, in one of the narratives that he provided, but then there was another narrative that spoke specifically to the uses that they were pursuing, and that use was not one of them.
Right, we're just looking for the liquor store not to require a special use permit. I mean, it's not the liquor store, I'm sorry, the restaurant with alcohol. The liquor store was associated with that use, and we're not affecting that at all. Any liquor store in the SMD would still require a special use permit. So I think that's just for clarity's sake.
Okay, so
that terminology, the liquor store, is completely separate from the allowed ability of the vineyard to sell wine, correct?
The answer, this is Amy, the answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Checking.
A liquor store is a distinct use from a vineyard being allowed to sell its products under the umbrella of its state-issued license. And just so that everyone is clear, Mr. Callahan, can you just advise the public whether the development plan as presented currently includes a liquor store?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So so just to clarify, because I'm not quite, so then do we strike that part about and not require a special use permit and to allow for a liquor store?
Yeah, why is that in there?
Yeah, I would strike it.
It was a carryover from the narrative that was provided by the applicant.
Okay. So we have the motion re-amended by John. We have a second from Joe. There's no further comment. Pam, can you call the roll on the vote, please?
Sure. John Riondo,
Aye.
Joe Murphy. Joe Murphy. Joe Murphy.
You're muted, Joe.
I'll come back to him. Steve DeMasi.
Aye.
Maria Mack.
Aye.
Oh,
Susan
there he is.
Axelrod.
Aye.
Peter DiStefano.
Aye.
Joe Murphy.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Pam Rubinoff.
Oh,
Aye.
excuse me. Okay, and the motion passes. We're on the motion number 3, conceptual master plan.
So, Mr. Chair, I think what we talked about with relative to motion number 3 was the discussion of a third-party consultant. So this would be a condition of approval.
Correct.
So it would be, I guess, item number 8, that would review the entire proposal on the board's behalf and provide review the impacts and provide best management practices that we could then consider with the applicant.
Okay, you happy with that, Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Amy, this does not need to reference the fact that it's tied to the zoning motion, correct?
This meaning the
master plan.
narrative?
Yeah, or
The
any
master
part
plan?
of the
The
plan, yeah.
approval of the master plan.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think that only needs to be,
other
you're
way.
recommending it as yeah, the other way around. I don't think we need to make it go both ways.
Okay.
And then somewhere in here, we already, early on, added the language about the historic and the adaptive reuse, correct?
Yes,
In either
Brian's
the
gonna add that.
Yes. In either
Yeah,
the findings or the,
And conditions of approval, number 1, address the zone change specific to this application.
Okay. You have that motion, John?
Yeah, I'll take a look. So motion 3, conceptual master plan. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby grants conceptual master plan approval to the Shepherd's Run Major Land Development Project, an adaptive reuse proposal to convert the existing historic property to a destination resort and winery, including boutique hotel, winery and vineyard, restaurant, indoor and outdoor events, spa and fitness center, and extended stay bungalows located on AP 50-4, Lot 12, with a physical address of 4780 Tower Hill Road, Morgan Schoen Hospitality, Inc., applicant Ocean Pastoral Center, Inc., owner. This approval is based upon plan set entitled Shepherd's Run, 4780A, Tower Hill Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, Conceptual Master Plan, 2020, May 29th, sheets 60, 61 through 60, I'm sorry, G0, I am having a hard time reading, G1.00 through G3.00, completed by Center Brook Architects and Planners, LLP, dated May 29, 2020, and sheets G2.00 and sheets 1 through 2, completed by Dupree Engineering, Inc., dated May 26, 2020, and July 22nd, 2014, respectively. Is that correct, 2014? We'll come back. This approval is based on the following findings of fact and conditions of approval. Findings of fact A through E. Conditions of approval 1 through 8 as amended. And 8 again being the hired consultant to review impacts and provide best management practices.
Okay.
So
And Jay, do we know if that's supposed to be July 22nd, 2020?
yeah, it's gotta be,
The
right?
last sentence?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
It is July 22nd, 2014.
Yeah, I believe it's the existing conditions plan.
It's
what
the,
that balance sheet.
It's the land title survey, so the boundary survey.
Okay.
okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second,
Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. Pam, can you call the roll?
absolutely. Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve Demasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Miondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, now,
Can we take a break? It's 9:30
okay,
something,
did you
almost
want to,
9:30.
before we do that, did you want to make comments on the letter that you had talked about?
Oh, yes,
Before we, and then we'll take a 5-minute break and
certainly.
go on to our next.
I think it would be appropriate for the letter to once again reiterate the historical use of the property, that this is, although this is zoned residential, that it is more of an adaptive reuse. I think that we should make reference to the possibility of a subsection of the SMD, calling it SMD Resort, and perhaps reference the concerns that we heard from the public at the master plan stage, which will undoubtedly be heard by the council relative to DPS having the ability at the preliminary stage of review to consider the sewer versus OWTS. And I think that the idea that we convey that this is a good location for this type of use, but again, would like to see them have some kind of a discussion about how best to allow this to occur. It's about the mechanism really more than anything. That's my perspective.
Brian or Jay, do you have enough to go on to put that in writing and convey her thoughts? And does the board, any other board member have a comment in that regard?
I just have a little bit of a concern about crafting the letter without you guys looking at it and agreeing that the language that we provide based on that is appropriate.
Will our next work session be before the town council meeting?
I don't believe so.
Yes, this is Amy. I just want to chime in because the board acts through motions, right, as you know. So if this is going to be a motion from the board, let's vote on it. And it can be general guidance to direct staff to prepare correspondence along those lines. But keep in mind, for a meeting on the 14th, the council is going to need something by I'm going to say the 9th of September at the latest to be sent to the council in time for their review before the meeting.
The next work session would be September 8th.
That doesn't leave us a lot of time. Leaves us potentially enough, but not a lot.
Okay. What's the board's pleasure?
I mean, if they write it and then we review it on the 8th, we have time for the 9th, right?
I think you can get it in just under the wire.
If the chair can sign it on the next morning.
I'll be available.
Okay.
Can we really make sure that we get it ahead of time so that, is there a way that we can provide some comments?
We'll have the work session. We should get the comments for the work session.
Oh, that's true. So we'll get it probably several days before that. So we'll be ready, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Amy, do we need to put this on the agenda for the work session or?
Yes, if it's going to be something you're going to act on at the work session, it should be on the agenda. So I would suggest the draft of the letter should be circulated to the board early next week, the week of the 31st, so that enough changes can be made before the meeting as possible. And as you know, comments will be sent only to staff to avoid open meetings issues.
Okay. And will we need a separate motion to put that on or just the letter?
There should be a motion tonight directing staff to draft a letter for the planning board's review and approval at its next work session. And I think the specifics, the general outlines are sufficient, but that's up to, if staff wants something more, it's their time to speak up.
Maria, you want to make the motion?
I shall. I make that motion.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Maria's made the motion. John's second the motion. Any discussion? Pam, can you please call the roll on the vote?
Sure. Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve Demasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, very good. The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Schrom.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And the board will take a 5-minute break now before we continue our meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looks like we're all back. Next item on our agenda is the conceptual master plan information meeting, major subdivision, flexible design, Northwood subdivision. Jay, can you bring the applicants into the meeting, please?
Actually, Steve, can I just point out something, and probably the obvious before we start this next one? I'm
Sure.
just recognizing that it's 9:41 and we still have 3 more projects to go. So I'm just putting it out there that, yeah, that we're gonna have to figure out if we're gonna either have a late night or, I'm just kind of trying to think about how we pre-plan this.
Well, let's see how we get through this next one. Hopefully this Northwoods will go relatively smoothly. They've made some concessions on the buffer zone, so. The applicants here?
Yeah,
Bizarre.
I'm just bringing them in.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello again, Mr. Chairman. This is James Callahan. Appreciate your time again tonight.
James, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
We can hear you, but it's very low volume. There you go.
Thanks again.
James, we're getting some feedback, some echoing.
That better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Whoever's talking has to run volume. If not, he's gonna pick up your.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry about that. Thanks again for the time tonight. James Callahan, Callahan, 3 Brown Street in Wickford, representing True North and the Northwood subdivision. In order to try to keep our presentation streamlined tonight, which I think we've had a little difficulty in the past with, I'd like to present a couple of 4 witnesses, Earl Greco, Craig Carrigan, Joseph Lombardo, and Kurt Van Dexter. We believe we've listened to the board and the neighbors and made some significant changes to the project. And we think these are consistent with the comp plan, the FDRP regs, and the neighbors' concerns, although they may dispute that, but that's our contention.
Mr. Callahan, can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Is Mr. Van Dexter in person with you, or is he also on the call?
He's remote and I just.
He's on the
got
call, I believe.
I got a text from him, actually. And what is he saying?
I don't see him in the list.
Yeah, he said, I've been on since 7 and my internet just cut out. I'll try to get back in, otherwise I'll use my phone, he said.
We also had an inquiry this afternoon by Mr. Richmond, who I believe is one of our callers there
Okay.
as well. If he can raise his hand and identify himself for us so we can pull him in when we need to.
Is Mr. Richmond part of your team, Mr. Greco?
Mr. Richmond is a neighbor on South Road.
Is he part of your team to present this evening?
No.
No, he's not. He was, but he has commented throughout the process.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
You're a little soft. I don't know if you guys are using one mic for all the, yes, you are muted.
And as we progress, if you guys are sitting in the same room together, you can only have one microphone on.
We separated rooms, so I think that'll make it a little more simple for our process. So if I could ask Earl to unmute.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, great. Earl, just ask some questions. Is it fair to say we've made some changes to the proposal since our last meeting?
Yes,
And we believe those changes are substantial?
I believe they are, yes.
And is it fair to say we've increased the northern perimeter buffer from 60 feet to 75 feet.
Yes, we did. We brought it to 75 feet, and we also removed the easement from the private lots onto that. So it is a full 75 feet with no easements to avoid any confusion on that delineation.
And what do you mean by the removal of the easements?
In the prior submittal, we had the easements from the private lots were into the open space buffer. And the board felt that it added some, the board felt that it actually was confusing, and it also would inhibit the homeowners association from enforcing the no cut by having a private lot easement into a buffer. So what we have decided to do is create that as a full 75-foot buffer, and then had Kurt Van Dexter design a line of trees throughout that. So it's a clear delineation. And you can see also there are monumented signage on the property line. So our intent is, and I think what the board's intent was, to add clarity and less confusion on that delineation between the buffer and the private lots. The other advantage it does, as far as distance goes, is then now these private lots would have to adhere to the zoning, which would be another 30 feet, which means rather than those houses being closer to, say, South Road or to the north property, they would have to conform to the zoning, which would be another 30 feet. So that would be the closest possible house you could have would be 105 feet. So it adds also to the distance by doing that. The purpose for us doing it before is we were getting tight on lot 3 there, and we had hoped that we could have a little bit more room for a footprint. But it seemed as though the board wanted more clarity on that. So we acquiesced and removed all of the easements from those buffers. And that includes the buffer on the northern property line also. And that one we've also increased to 75 feet. And I think if you look under the design process that we went through, I'm trying to see where it is. Here it is. Under subdivision land regulations, on buffer areas, 13C, it says the width of required perimeter buffer shall be 50 feet. We're proposing 75 feet on the buffer that abuts the northern property line. That's 50% more than the required buffer. And it also says that the planning board can reduce that to 10 feet. We're bringing it to 75 feet just to accommodate the neighbors and also create more of a buffer from the view of driving up South Road. And you'll see that the landscape architect has done the same thing with inline plantings, the entire buffer. We've removed all easements from that, so no house could be closer than 105 feet from their property line. We've also added plantings on lot 10 that abuts Mr. O'Neill's property. We had a meeting with Mr. O'Neill on the property, and he stated that when he bought the property, the developer told him that the land that we own would never be developed. Unfortunately, that is not the case. I don't want to get into that dispute, but we did include plantings along there, even though we are 7 times the required maximum buffer from his property. We did include plantings for the full lot 10, which abuts his property there. So we've done extensive plantings, you can see through the landscape plan, and increase the buffer on all of these.
And it's also fair to say the buffer along the northern and eastern side will all be consistent, a consistent 75 feet.
One straight line. It seemed as though the planning board did not want any confusion with the homeowners association enforcing a no-cut buffer. They wanted it very clear, and that's how we directed the landscape architect. Rather than staggered plantings in there, which would be more what we wanted of a natural setting, we are doing a straight line and showing that this is a no-cut buffer, no easement. None of these property lines have these private properties have the right to go in there and cut anything. The only thing that we do include, which will be a recommendation for the homeowners association, will be to cut invasives and clear bullbriar and do, I think, a biannual cleanup in there. And that's the only reason you would have anyone in there from any of those properties.
And these adjustments resulted in some reductions or differences in the shapes of the lots. Is that fair to say?
Oh, it is. This geometry was all done by Fontaine Engineering Surveying, has redone the geometry on this. Also, I wanted to add that it was mentioned at the last meeting that they needed clarity on open space. We've included an open space plan that clearly shows the open space. If you see the hatching on that sign on the plan, there is just an open space plan to give clarity on that. Because that was the question. And we also have a corresponding letter from the surveyor explaining that we do exceed the open space minimum requirement, and just to confirm that.
And lots 1, 2, and 3 in the eastern buffer were all shifted, made smaller. Is that fair to say?
They're squashed down a bit, because of the 75 foot that we're offering on the northern buffer. So we had to squash that. So some of our lots that were 20,000 plus have gone down to 17 and 19,000 foot now because of it. So
and also lots 11, 13, and 14 were reduced in size as well.
Yes, they were reduced in size. And we have the ability to reduce those in size with a flex plan. And one of our motivations for keeping these lots as large as we can actually is because on a smaller lot, we felt that the homeowners would clear most of their lot just to get septic systems, houses, and whatever they needed in. By making these lots larger and with this low density that we're proposing, I think that we're going to be able to keep a lot of the canopy in there. There are a lot of nice trees in there. And I mean, as we get into this with preliminary, I think we will spend more time identifying those significant trees and probably include some restrictions on cutting with those. We are aware of those, but at this stage, it would be too costly to identify all of those on a survey.
And we're still requesting a waiver from the eastern buffer of the 100-foot requirement, but it is 75 foot. So it's a 25-foot waiver we're requesting.
Yes, we are. But on the other hand, we did offer to remove all of the easements from that. So that would bring the houses to 105 feet from the property line at the closest point.
And all the buffers will be no cut areas?
There'll be absolutely no cut areas. The only allowance in there would be to clear bullbriar and invasives. We have a very extensive landscape plan if you wanted to bring that up. Oh, the other question that was brought up also while we're here was by Rich Bourbonnais on drainage. He wanted some clarity on drainage. We had Craig Kerrigan has weighed in on the drainage and supplied calculations. I believe as he had a meeting with Rich or a discussion with Rich about that. I don't know if Rich is on board with this meeting or not, but.
And also the plantings were enhanced by Kurt Van Dexter, and he can talk about that in more detail. Is that fair to say?
Yes, as long as he can get back on the internet, he can.
Okay.
He's been on since 7 o'clock and he said he just lost his connection and he would phone in if he has to.
And consideration was given to both the visual screen and the auditory or sound barrier for these buffers. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes.
And also you mentioned you put additional plantings to the west toward Mr. O'Neill's property.
We did. Even though we are 7 times the required maximum buffer there, we met with Mr. O'Neill and, we understand that when he bought his property, he thought this land would never be developed, as most abutters think that the land they abut should never be developed. But we are offering plantings for the full length of lot 10 from his property. And, that can also be addressed further when we get into preliminary, but just for goodwill, we offered that to Mr. O'Neill.
And you mentioned you engaged Craig Carrigan, and we can talk to him about the drainage or calculation plans and the open space.
Yes.
And is there anything else you'd like to add?
I would like to thank the board for granting us an extension. This was a fair amount of work we had to go through to bring all the professionals to hopefully address their concerns. And, our objective is to get you know, to satisfy the board to get through master plan. We are open to all suggestions on preliminary. We believe in this plan. We think it's a very good plan from the inside, but we do recognize that there are concerns that, you know, that we had to address here. So we hope that this answers a lot of those questions.
And so if there's any other questions from the board for Mr. Greco at this point?
Rich, did you have any comments on the drainage plan that was proposed?
Yeah, you know, I've gone through the narrative that Craig pulled together, and you know, the plan looks like they're sized what I believe would be, you know, they look from you know, from a general look at it, it looks like it'd be sized fine for the roadway. I think that Craig, I think you addressed the roadway solely. I just asked that when this goes forward and it heads to DEM, that we're addressing, and I think you did address volume from the road. Peak, you met peak volume as well as peak flow from the road in the ponds, but we want to do it for the structures as well. So I just want to make sure they're included. If you have to show an arbitrary structure, or whoever is working on this in the future, but you have to show an arbitrary structure on there, size it accordingly, whatever infiltration happens on the individual sites, or if it goes to the pond, however it happens. But I just want to address peak flow and peak volume for a 100-year storm on this site. And the reason being is that the wetland where all of this water is going, much of this water is going, expands into abutting properties. And I just don't want to change the characteristics of those wetlands.
I think that's a good segue to ask Mr. Carrigan just to go over his findings or his report submitted to the board previously, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Carrigan.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we basically made some assumptions as to grading on the site and took into account Mr. Bernays' concerns about the 100-year storm. Basically, everything at this point, we are reducing the 100-year flood or the 100-year flow by about 50% on all of these, and have no doubt that we can accommodate whatever sites or houses are actually developed on site. We have very good water tables between 6 and 7 feet, and type 1 soils, so, or white type 1M soils. So I think we're good.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. And I think the ponds are shown are adequate for the roadway and all of that. And I do agree. I think that the sites will accommodate, you know, dry wells or whatever it takes to meet the requirement. But what, I just want to reiterate that I just like that when it goes forward to the preliminary plan and when it goes to DEM, really, is that those things are included as part of that, and that becomes part of that whole package of information, that whole drainage narrative, that the houses are included in that. It's not necessary now, obviously. What's been shown, I think, is perfectly adequate for now, but then going forward, if we can just include that. But,
absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carrigan, also the drainage calculations, did they take into account open space considerations?
Yes, to a certain extent. I kind of did a worst case where we were more concerned about the roadway and impervious surfaces. So they're a little oversized at this point, which is fine. Once we get the final layout, we can start doing grading and layout of the individual lots. There'll be a lot more, shall I say, accurate. At this time, we basically designed for worst case.
Okay.
Mr. Callahan?
Yes.
Can I just ask for clarification, and I believe this to be true, that the drainage, the open space calculation that has been provided does not include those areas for drainage?
Correct. That was my question. Sorry.
I believe we have a letter from the surveyors saying that the calculation does not include the drainage basins.
Yes, we did. That was dated August 17th.
And that meets the FDRP regulations of at least 40% open space based on Mr. Fontaine's letter, I believe.
Yes. Actually, we have over 40%.
And if the board has any question, Mr. Carrigan?
Jay, I see there's a couple of hands raised. Do we know if it's in relative to Mr. Carrigan's comments on drainage?
I don't believe they are. I believe that those hands have been raised from the beginning of the.
Okay. I think we'll get through some of the applicants, experts first, and then we'll get to them.
With that, I'd like to ask if Mr. Lombardo is available.
Would you like to get the landscape architect on here to show his plan?
He's there too. I think he's on the board. I think
I'm on now.
Yeah.
I'm on.
We can do Mr. Van Dexter. That makes sense. If he's here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, okay. Good.
Good evening, Mr. Van Dexter. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Good, good. Since we last met, it's fair to say you've redesigned the landscape buffer along the perimeter of the Northwood subdivision.
Yes,
And you revisit the site, I assume, numerous times.
numerous times.
And did you inventory the vegetation along the western, northern, and eastern buffers?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, I found one thing I noticed along the South Road side, the eastern side, the trees that were planted in the 1930s, they extend all the way down there. They're not as thick, not as dense, but most of it, there are 2 or 3 rows of trees, mostly Norway spruce, heading down there. So I thought we could build upon that. There are some gaps along the South Road side, and there are more invasives along the South Road side as well. Along the northern side, what I did was I went back and found 3 open locations in that dense grove where some plantings could take place, infill plantings. And that's all explained in the narrative. Further on down on the northern buffer, I took an inventory of all the trees that were, all the deciduous trees and evergreen trees of 6 inches caliber or greater. And I included a few junipers in that, which were 4 to 5 inches in diameter. I included those because they don't get as large as the other trees. One of the trees is actually 72 inches in diameter, a large, very large maple, very large old maple. But there are about 60 trees that are of that caliper size or larger. Now, the canopy also includes many large trees that are less than 6 inches in diameter, which I didn't include on there. But what I'm saying is there are more trees in support of the existing canopy than are shown. The bullbriar gaps are indicated. Well, I don't have an, I'm pointing, but you're gonna see me point. Below, and that's it.
And will these plantings provide a visual and auditory buffer to the abutting properties?
Yes, the proposed plantings, the proposed Norway spruce and the proposed arborvitae will definitely, especially the arborvitae, they're going to be very solid. They grow very quickly, and they're not only going to be a visual buffer, but they will serve as a sound buffer.
And do you have a count of how many trees you're proposing to plant or infill on the eastern and northern side?
The eastern and northern total? Yes.
If you do.
I have a total of 29 Norway spruce proposed and 64 of the green giant arborvitae proposed. And the green giant arborvitae proposed will be 5 to 6 feet tall upon planting time. And the Norway spruce, the 29 Norway spruce will be 4 to 5 feet at planting time.
And did you also consider a management plan for the Bullbriar? Is that fair to say?
Yes, definitely.
And what does that include?
Well, that would include both mechanical and hand removal. Complete eradication would be unrealistic, but if we keep it under control twice a year, the first cut is going to be the most time intensive, and every cut after that, it'll get easier. They do send out runners, but it's a short-lived plant, and it will die back over time, and it'll still be around, but it'll die back. My recommendation is to cut the Bullbriar down to the ground, not leave stubs. It'll make it more difficult for the plant to regenerate. In areas where there are not small evergreens, desirable evergreens coming up, I think, a heavy duty weed trimmer or weed trimmer with a blade would work. In areas that are more sensitive around the young hollies and other plants, I feel that cutting by hand with clippers or loppers would be much more effective. Otherwise, you'd be injuring or eradicating desirable plants. I don't know if you can see it at the size, but the part of the Bullbriar where I would recommend beginning would be between infill stakes number 6 and number 8. That's the most intense part of the Bullbriar at this time. And then working both ways from stakes 6 down to 4 and from stake 8 up to 10, which is moderate Bullbriar. Outside of those zones, you've got some, but it's not a big deal right now. And hopefully it won't become a big deal.
And you were here and listened to Mr. Hutchins' comments at the last meeting. Is it fair to say?
Yes.
And did you incorporate some of his ideas or comments into your plan?
I considered many of his comments. I know some of his comments included adding rhododendron and mountain laurel. And I actually, at one stage of this, I had done that, but then I took them back out again because they're toxic to farm animals. And for the northern buffer, I wouldn't want to see down the road, oh, one of the llamas died. Well, why did it die? Somebody from some innocent homeowner was feeding it rhododendron or mountain laurel from the buffer area. So also the rhododendron and the mountain laurel, neither one of them would be nearly as effective as the green giant arborvitae would be with regards to providing a visual and sound buffer.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
At the moment, no, but other things might pop up.
Sure. Any questions from the board?
I have one. Thank you for your lengthy narrative and planting plan on page, let's see, it's not numbered, but I think it's page 5. You reference a maintenance service path for the removal and control of the bullbriar and planting and watering of additional trees. When will that be shown on the plan? Do you have a width and a length? And will that be developed through either mechanical or hand scale means, the path itself, the service path?
Well, it would probably most likely take its form as it goes. I mean, it's not going to be a 10-foot wide swath going through there, but it's got to be wide enough to accommodate. I think the path, if you've got an area of major infestation, well, the path is obviously going to go right to there and meander its way through. It's not going to be designed as, okay, here's a public path going through there, but it's basically access to get at the bullbriar. In some areas, it might be as narrow as 2 feet. In other areas, it might be as wide as 5 feet, but it's basically going to take the form of the bullbriar. If you have an area of bullbriar that's really large, and there aren't any hollies or other plants of desirable nature underneath of it, well, all that bulbar is going to be cut down to the ground, and that's going to be an open area at that point.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments from board members?
This is Susan. Can I just follow up on Maria's question? Is this a pathway wide enough for a pickup truck, or is this for like a hand cart? This
No,
pathway
no.
through the buffer?
No, this is basically wide enough for a wheelbarrow and people to get through. This is not intended to be a pickup truck path.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dector.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to ask if Mr. Lombardo is available.
He's muted, I believe.
Okay, Jim, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Joe. How are you?
Good. So this is just verbal, right?
Depends on if you want it, don't want it to be.
No, it doesn't matter. I just run. That's fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Lombardo, fair to say that you're a land use planner and a real estate broker or agent?
Yes, I'm a real estate agent in Rhode Island and Connecticut.
And what is your experience as a planner?
Well, I have my master's in community planning from University of Rhode Island. I was the town planner in Richmond, Hopkinton, Westerly, and a couple of communities in Connecticut.
And you've testified before planning boards and zoning boards across the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, I have, and a number of times before this board in South Kingstown.
Oh, great. And it's fair to say you were contacted by True North Land Company to create a planning report for this Northwood subdivision.
Yes, I was.
And you did that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, a completed report. It was submitted to the town a week or 10 days ago or so.
And can you provide a summary or a narrative for the board at this time?
Sure. Be happy to. Thanks, Jim. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and in honor of the late hour, and because I had some oral surgery today, I will definitely keep this brief. So hopefully you've all had an opportunity to read the report that I prepared, specifically on task to look at the comprehensive plan and also to specifically the flexible design standards. And so I'll just focus on those opinions in my report. I acknowledge and understand the project. I walked the site with the two project owners. It is a very beautiful site. It's got a lot of great features to it. I did a drive around the area to get a sense of the community there. I'm obviously quite familiar with it, having gone to the University of Rhode Island many years ago. So, we know the zoning districts, the R30, the medium density zone, which allows the density that this project was looking to do. And with that flexible design, you could actually do a little more density if they had proposed it. I did focus my attention on the comprehensive plan to your land use element, and I did highlight a number of goals and policies that I felt were germane to this project, particularly goal number 3, where it talks about promoting high standards of development to preserve and enhance quality of life, sense of community, et cetera. We also looked at policy 3.3, where the future growth contributes. We don't want the future growth to contribute to monotonous suburban style subdivisions. We want to use these high quality, newer, flexible designs. In fact, the implementation of that policy talks about using the South Kingstown Residential Design Manual. So I followed along with that process. Granted, I came into this late in the game with you folks and with the applicants, but I had an opportunity to review previous versions of the project. It also talks about creating affordable housing opportunities, which is another good component of this project. I looked at the housing element as well. Obviously, there's similar goals and policies from land use in there, but it obviously is an attempt to encourage affordable housing throughout the community on these projects. I looked at the natural and cultural element, where we looked at preserving natural and cultural resources. And I think what you just heard from the landscape architect is the ability to look at this site, preserve that no-cut buffer all the way around, and then eventually to highlight some of the larger specimen trees and work to maybe preserve as many of those as possible. So we we looked at that element and found that it complies with natural and cultural resources. I did also take the opportunity to look at your draft 2019 comprehensive plan update, just to see what, where you're headed with the update of your plan. I found a lot of similarities, but I found one that I thought was very interesting to mention here. There's a guiding principle is land use planning to balance the needs and aspirations of the community with the rights of private property owners. So I think that's important to know. As a land use planner and having been in town government and also working with private development, that is a balance that communities always have to strive for, and that's hard for a board like the planning board, but it is a guiding principle. I could just switch over a little bit. As I said, I did a neighborhood analysis. I did drive the area, did walk the site. We looked at the project itself with the mostly market rate single family homes, but with a single family LMI unit and also the duplex unit that will be donated to the Curtis Corner Central Baptist Church. So there'll be a total of 3 affordable housing units that can add to your inventory in the town. I realized as I looked through here that I needed to understand the flexible design projects procedures. And there's a whole list of those guiding principles. It's A through I. So there's a number of them that guide the principles on what you're looking for in these projects. So understanding that, I took a look at, again, the surrounding area, what it looks like. It's predominantly residential with some agricultural use. And I feel that this style, this medium density residential, is in keeping with the subdivision that's before you tonight. It looks like a medium density residential project to me. I also looked at the purposes of zoning, and I highlighted those a few in my report. Again, that's an important component of any project, to see how a project complies with that, and it does. Then I think it's important to just highlight briefly that process that you go through for your design within this flexible ordinance. It starts with understanding the site. It moves on to evaluating the site context, what's around it. It looks at the open space, which is a vital component of this type of project. Then locate the development areas, the lots, the roads. And lastly, put the lot lines in. It's a process I'm familiar with. They have different names in different communities, but it's a good way of looking at a piece of property and then designing a subdivision that takes all of those steps in that order to come up with what I feel is a really good plan. And so my opinion that I wrote on page 10, I feel that having looked at all of that, having looked at the area, having read those design guidelines, I feel that that's been achieved. And I put a quote in here that I heard many years ago from someone who taught this process. And it said, save what needs to be saved, build what needs to be built. If you think about it, that's really what this flexible design process does if you follow it. Then I realized, of course, that the board has its findings, the normal findings that the board has to go through for any subdivision. And I feel that it meets all of those typical subdivision land development project guidelines about lot design, et cetera. So if I could just spend the last few minutes of my time talking a little bit about this flexible design. And then there's a number of those guidelines that need to be met. Are you preserving open space and scenic beauty? It's my opinion that the Northwoods, as designed, protects over 40% of the property of these 21 acres, and that's exclusive of those areas that needed to be subtracted out first. I put those calculations on page 11, is very specifically to show that it's just over the 40% requirement. Preserving historical and archaeological resources. Again, there's preserving stone walls wherever possible. Those kinds of things is also incorporated into the plan. Preserving the natural environment. Again, there's these large specimen trees, native holly, which is a very neat thing to see on a property like that. Again, the best possible way of preserving as much of those as possible when you design the subdivision. And then on item D, I put a little bit of my real estate hat on to talk about value of the property. And I've been selling real estate for 17 years. I live in rural Hopkinton nearby. It's my opinion that, these type of lots with about 20,000 square feet really does protect and provide good property value there for those homeowners to be and residents, future residents of South Kingstown. That 75-foot no-cut buffer really enhances that, not only for the neighbors, but for the folks that will be residents of the subdivision. The density is right in line with surrounding areas. And I also feel that the extensive plantings that are being supplemented with the existing vegetation in that 75-foot will also provide not 100%, but close to it. It'll give you a very good buffer visually and from sound from those neighboring areas. A couple more, just to kind of wrap up that discussion. Again, I feel it followed that design guideline manual. I feel it perpetuates the appearance of the town's traditional New England landscape. When you drive along South Road with that extensive 75-foot buffer, that landscape will be preserved. I also feel it's important. Item G talks about allowing a landowner's reasonable return on their investment and to reward those landowners with reduced infrastructure costs and density bonuses. The whole purpose of that flexible design is to have these densities that maybe are a little higher, but in this case, these developers decided to stick with a slightly lower density. It also, in my opinion, provides superior home sites, ability to have a superior landscaping on those home sites, to have that extra space on those lots. Then it talks about construction and maintenance of streets and utilities. These roads will be less intense than a typical subdivision would be, so there's less to take care of. And I also feel, obviously, that this is an alternative to conventional subdivision. I did see the yield plan. It would have used up, all of the land. In this case, we're preserving 40% of the site. So again, that's important. And lastly, the open space. I know that was a big part of your discussion in recent meetings, but I think the open space plan that's been presented to you now meets those requirements. And I feel for all of these reasons, as a summary and a conclusion, we've met all of those purposes of zoning. We've met the standards for a land development project, and the project certainly meets, in my opinion, all those items for a flexible design subdivision. And I'll be happy to answer, any questions the board may have.
Board members have any questions for Mr. Lombardo? Staff, any questions for Mr. Lombardo?
No.
Okay, Jay, I know we had some hands raised. If you want to bring them in.
Mr. Demasi, can I ask one question of Mr. Lombardo? I'm sorry.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Mr. Lombardo, just two questions.
Sure.
Just again, is it fair to say that a conventional subdivision would yield far many more lots potentially on this site?
Yes. Well, I don't have it in front of me. I recall it having, considerably more than being proposed here right now.
And additionally, this property could be the site of, say, a comprehensive permit or something to that effect, and that would increase the number of potential dwellings or structures on site immensely. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's based on the capacity of that property to accommodate more units, but it certainly could, but the reason I say that is because this zoning district allows duplex units. So if you had a duplex on each one of these lots, obviously you'd have double the density.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Callahan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Jay, you want to bring in some of the people with their hands raised here?
Sure. First person up is a telephone caller with the last numbers 572. You are muted.
Oh, am I unmuted?
You are,
Yes.
Mr. Richmond.
Hello, Jay. How we doing tonight?
Good, Mr.
Paul
Richmond.
Richmond here. Hello?
Yes, you're on, Mr. Richmond.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is Paul Richmond. I noticed we got a few new people tonight, so I'll just give a quick scenario as to who I am. My land is right across the street on South Road here, and I was raised in the house at 891 South Road, which I still own, 891 South Road. I spent 7 years in the Navy in explosive ordnance disposal. I spent 6 years at the University of Rhode Island, civil engineering and anthropology. And my name is actually Paul Galusha Richmond, and I am the last one farming my great-grandfather Galusha's farm, which is across the street there. And we also had a problem one time about the parking lot across the street as to whether it would belong to the church or myself, and it does belong to myself, and I allow the church to use it. So I just wanted to let the new people know who I was. Mike got in touch with me today and brought me down a new map, which us civil engineers always love to get new maps. And we went over and we walked around Lot 2, which is my main concern, because I don't know how many of the board members noticed when we did the walkabout that from Lot 2 you can look directly into my father's second-story bedroom window across the street. So I am quite concerned about the buffer zone and stuff on Lot 2. It is quite open, and Mike assured me that there would be arborvitaes and other trees filling in that space between the cemetery and the gapway. Now, the gapway, I'm not sure what Mike is going to do with the gapway. He talked about putting maybe an arborvitae in there or putting up some kind of a fence or gate that it would block off the gapway. But anyway, we did discuss that. And we also discussed the back of the cemetery, because obviously he can't fill in the cemetery with vegetation. And I believe that he is putting arborvitaes along the back of the cemetery too, to block off Lot 1 from my house. We also, since we're on the cemetery, Mike and I discussed maybe as a goodwill gesture that maybe something could be done with the wall that is falling down on the cemetery, but that, has nothing to do with this here plan. Being a civil engineer, I did several perk tests with my father, and I noticed that on Lot 2, there is a perk test in the middle, well, not exactly in the middle, but in the vegetative zone there. And then there is the second perk test, which is in this, I forget what they called it there, between the vegetative zone and the house lot. Now, I don't know how that's going to affect the distance from South Road to the house, but obviously you won't be able to use the perk test in the middle of the vegetative zone. Again, goodwill. Oh, the bullbriar issue. I think Mr. Decter discussed cutting out the bullbriars and having a big space where the bullbriars used to be, but he didn't address whether he was going to fill that space in with any specific kind of vegetation. So I was wondering, once the bullbriars are gone, and this is a big open gapway or whatever, I think that's going to need some addressing as to fill in where the bullbriars were. Let me see. Well, I think that is all the notes I had. And I just want to say that as a farmer, I hate to see this farm go into house lots, of course, but I also realize that it's going to happen. And I feel that Mike and Earl have the best scenario for making it happen. I would hate to see this go into R30 lots where the houses are right on the road, right on the edge of the swamp, right on the wall at the north end, with no buffer, no open space, no nothing. Because as a civil engineer, I know that can happen. I've seen it happen. I've surveyed such lots, and that would be a really terrible thing if this came into an R30 situation. So I just want to say that I've dealt with Mike and Earl extensively, and I think they're honest and they're trying their best to do a good job. And as I said, I can't appreciate it, but I mean, it's the best we can do, I believe. So thank you very much, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Richmond. Mr. Van Dexter, can you answer his question in regards to the pathway he referred to that would be open?
I can. We don't know at this moment, okay, this is going to be open, this is not going to be open. But with all the young hollies that are in there, and with some white pine, and actually it wasn't announced earlier, but there are at least 4 young larches up in the, well, I was referring to northern buffer, but anyway, on the South Road buffer that you just had up, that's more important for Mr. Richmond. There are several young hollies, several young Norway spruces. They can't all stay where they are right now. They need to be, they'll end up crowding each other out. They need to be transplanted for their own benefit. They can easily be transplanted safely to areas where there are gaps because of the bullbriar. That would not be an issue. It's not something we can say, okay, move this tree here, move that one there now, because we don't know yet. The bullbriar has not been removed yet, but they can be relocated. Just to the left of the cemetery on the plan, it's probably too small to read, but you'll see a lot of little words diagonally. They are Norway spruces that are young, and half of them could be moved. There are several on the northern buffer. There are, I'd say more than several, many hollies that are going to have to be separated from each other for their own lot, so that they can live themselves. So as far as plants on site, there are many. If there's a gap with the bullbriar, where the bullbriar is, there are a lot of young evergreen plants growing already. That's why part of that needs to be cut by hand, not simply going through with a weed jar. Because those plants will have a chance to thrive once the bullbriar is removed.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Am I still on?
Yes, Mr. Richmond.
Hello? Oh, okay. Yes, I understand that, but I just wanted to make sure that he talked more about it, because he kind of left it open, like we're going to cut the bullbriars and it's going to be an empty spot. So I didn't want other people to be confused. I have been doing horticulture since I was a young child with my grandmother, and I also worked at Stewart Nursery and other places, so I understand what he's talking about. So I just wanted to clarify for some of the other people that these bullbriar spots were not going to just be cut off and there would be a big gap in the woods kind of thing, And the other thing is the gapway down there on South Road. I don't know what he had planned there, but like I say, Mike and I talked about putting a gate or something there. so that we would have a second access into the compound in case of an emergency or something like that. So I don't know what's going to happen there, but Mike and I did discuss about the Gapway. So.
Okay.
Mr. Richmond,
right.
to your question about the Gapway, if you or I don't know if you're able to see the screen if you're just on the phone, but there
I'm just on the phone.
Okay. There is a Norway spruce planted in the center of the Gapway, relatively close to the stone wall, and then there is an arborvitae planted toward the rear of the Gapway.
Oh, so we're going to plug up the gap. We're going to plug up the Gapway then.
Eventually, I guess.
Yep.
All right. I would hate to see that, but that's reasonable. I mean, like I say, I'm right across the street from there, so I can look right down the Gapway and watch the deer run up and down the hill there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richmond.
All right. Thank you for your time. And Mike, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Okay, Jay, can you bring our next caller, Mr. Doherty, in?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I know that we're operating under difficult circumstances in this Zoom meeting context, but I do have to object for the way that this is going on. This Zoom meeting and the restrictions don't allow for adequate participation that would ordinarily be had in an open meeting. The abutters and their representatives are being deprived of video. We're faceless voices. There's less of an impact on our arguments as a result of this. And we're not able to timely interject any sort of an objection or raise a point of procedure. And for instance, one of the things, I raised my hand before the meeting started, just so I could put something on the record here. If you go to the town's agenda on the website, there is nothing in evidence of report of Mr. Lombardo. I read something in a narrative from Mr. Greco in the materials that were on the site, and it stated that he had retained Mr. Lombardo, but the general public and I did not have access to Mr. Lombardo's 14-page report. Now, I'd like to bring up the fact that 3 months ago, I supplied a detailed, very well thought out and analytical report of Ashley Sweet. And here it is at 3 p.m. on the day of the hearing of a very heavily contested matter that I received only through my request to Mr. Callahan, a copy of Mr. Lombardo's report. Now, I forwarded that to my expert, and we have a plethora of points to make in response to that, but I couldn't get a report done or any type of an analysis by Ms. Hahn because she's actually sitting with her planning board this evening right now. So we're at an extreme disadvantage here. I would like to get a continuance so that we can adequately address the points in Mr. Lombardo's report. Because if you read the report and if you look at those things, he just takes a bunch of words from the comp plan, but doesn't offer the professional opinion as to how those words, in fact, show consistency. They're just bald statements that have no meat behind them. And although they're termed as opinion, they're not. They're just citing provisions of the comp plan, and this is the case. He also makes the representation that it's consistent. He makes a finding that it's consistent with the regulations and the FDRP zone, and it's not, because they need waivers. We need the opportunity. I think the board needs the opportunity to hear a rebuttal to this report, and we're being deprived the opportunity to do that in a timely fashion. So one of the things that I'm looking at here is that contained in Mr. Lombardo's report as well. And I would have liked to have made this statement at or around the time that this information was coming in and you know, filling the minds of the board. He is a real estate agent, and yet he's opining within the expertise of only something that a real estate appraiser could do. He's opining about value. He's unqualified as a real estate agent to make those determinations. And at that point, I would have liked to have timely made then. And on top of it, there doesn't seem to be any addressing the fact that the plan itself doesn't meet the standards and ordinances. There are just blanket conclusions that it does, but yet there are waivers required. So I would like the opportunity to be able to have my expert prepare a rebuttal to that, seeing as we've had that out there for 3 months now. And here it is 4 hours before the meeting, and we get blindsided with the report that we had to request from the other side. In addition to that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Patrick. I don't want to interrupt you.
I just have a few more points. In addition, Mr. Von Dexter was testifying about sound. Now, I don't know of any landscape architects here that are qualified to testify about sound and auditory barriers. Now, if the board, I would love it if the board would inquire as to whether or not Mr. Von Dexter, I'm saying that with all due respect. You know, I don't mean to impugn your integrity, but I think it's important that you don't accept these statements by these experts that are outside of their qualifications. In addition to that, I would have liked to have the opportunity to talk about Mr. Von Dexter and ask him how long those 5 to 6 foot arborvitaes and 4 to 5 foot Norway spruces are going to take in that very sun deprived environment to grow to an adequate screening level. I mean, part of what they're talking about here and they're making conclusions on is that it adequately provides an auditory and visual buffer. And I don't see how that's possible. I have Mr. Hutchins, again, ready to testify here this evening, who has reviewed the planting plan and has some things to say about that in addition. And I would like, to reserve the opportunity to do that. But then again, tonight we also hear about a pathway going around in what was the open space area. Is that going to be an easement again? And is that going to further affect the impact of the visual buffer? So there's a number of things here that I'm having a problem with accepting. I don't think that this is fair to be hit with this report at this late stage of the game. I don't believe that it's appropriate for the abutters and the other people to be faceless, people that have to raise a hand and only have an opportunity to speak after all the stuff's been out there. And again, I understand just as much as everyone the problems that we have because of this damn pandemic. And it's really affecting and impugning the way that people do business. And I know that you're public servants and you're dedicating your time, and it's a long, long night. I was sitting through the one earlier as well. I don't mean to cast any aspersions on anyone in particular and personally, but having done this for a number of decades, this is not the way that these things usually happen. And I don't feel that I'm being afforded an adequate opportunity to represent my client and to interject as I ordinarily would in an open meeting.
Okay, this is Amy. Steve, may I address those
Yes,
points? I'll try to be quick. Yeah, I'll try to be real quick. I think the bottom line here is we have the objector's attorney or one of the objector's attorneys raising some due process issues. If I represented the applicant, I certainly would want to ensure that couldn't be raised on appeal. He's certainly noted those issues for the record. I think the board wants to ensure as best as it can that everyone gets a chance to speak. Regarding the late submission of the expert report from the applicant, I believe it's in the board's bylaws that expert reports have to be received, or should be received, a certain number of days before the meeting. I don't know it off the top of my head, but we do have that rule that we enforce sometimes. But it is certainly a fair point that materials received relating to an application should be made available for public review and comment. We're close to the finish line on this one, and I understand the applicant probably expected to move forward tonight. I think the board can do what it wants. Obviously, you need to allow public comment, but if I were the applicant, I certainly wouldn't want to, I certainly would want to allow the objectors to put their piece in, but that decision is going to be up to Attorney Callahan and his client.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
May I address that now, or you like to?
Yes, Mr. Callahan.
I think Mr. Doherty is being just a bit dramatic, to say the least. He's had numerous opportunities to discuss this project and object on numerous occasions. Notably, Ms. Sweet is not here tonight. She wasn't here at the last meeting, and she wasn't here at the previous meeting before that. We've had meetings on this application on May 28th, June 8th, June 10th for a TRC, June 23rd, a July 9th site visit, and on July 28th, I believe. Ms. Sweet was not available for any of those. Her reports, and there's two, have both been submitted. I think her first report was submitted the night of the first hearing, which afforded my clients, who I wasn't representing at the time, any opportunity to rebut those. Her reports are submitted, multiple reports. She had a chance to interject with testimony if she chose or could appear, but she can't. That's not our responsibility. My clients have done a lot of work to move forward. They want to hear what the board has to say. They want a decision, whether it's up or down tonight. And we hope that it's up, because we think that they've made extensive efforts to increase the buffers on the northern side, much more than they need to be. Mr. Van Dexter has presented a extraordinarily detailed plan. Mr. Hutchins can certainly rebut some of it, but Mr. Van Dexter is a certified landscape architect that carries, I think, a significant amount of weight. And Mr. Lombardo is an expert planner. He's not just a real estate agent. You can strike the part about the property value. We don't need that for this purpose. His report is solid, it's detailed, and it's legitimate. I wish that it had been posted on the site prior to tonight, but we had no control over that. That wasn't anything we had any role play in it.
We did submit it in time.
No, I admit that that's not your fault. It was received on the 18th, and our planning department is running a little short-staffed, and it was inadvertently left off.
Mr. Chair, can I just elaborate for a minute?
Sure.
So I had asked Mr. Greco to get the documents, all documents to me by, I believe it was the 17th. Was that correct, Earl?
I think it was.
It was the end of the week. We had spoken, and I had given you to the 17th to get me everything so I could get it in the packets. I received the hard copy documents in time. I received a digital copy of the planner's report, as well as I can't recall what the other document was. The following day on Tuesday at 2:28. At that point, the project memos had been completed. The packets were put together. The agendas had been posted. And for a number of documents that came in one at a time for this project and another project. And it was just inadvertently left off of the agenda. However, the board did receive the hard copy of it in time.
Yeah, I called immediately when I saw it wasn't on there, but it was, it was too late. It was an oversight, I guess. The letter I submitted the same time as the letter from the surveyor explaining the open space, but for some reason this didn't get in, and it was submitted at the same time. And I realized that, the town planner has his hands full with the way the things are proceeding with the virus. We're not able to bring things in. We have to make an appointment to bring stuff in. It is difficult, but it's difficult for all of us. We work nonstop from the last meeting we had. I appreciate the extension, but you can see the work that we did. These were all professionals that were brought in and gave us their time, and it was costly and extensive. and just to address Mr. Doherty, you know, we followed procedure here. We followed the design process. If you look at the design process here, and you see that on section 13, buffer areas, section C, it says the width of required perimeter buffer shall be 50 feet. However, the planning board may reduce this to a minimum of 10 feet. In making the determination, the planning board shall consider the following factors. But 50 feet was the maximum. We're offering 75 feet with extensive plantings. There is one lot, one house lot on the north side. His swimming pool is 275 feet away and his house is 300 feet away. The rest is an open field. None of the other houses on there, I don't even think can see this until they're driving in, and we're offering 75 feet. The lots to the west, 360 feet is the closest lot, and we're still offering plantings there. I mean, we're trying to accommodate neighbors with what we're doing. We're spending a lot of money and time to do this. We're only required to have a 50-foot buffer there. We're not holding our ground there. We've changed it. I mean, he asked today, he said, why don't you make it a 100-foot buffer? There's no end to this. And I don't think it's the depth of the buffer. I think it's the quality of the buffer to begin with. We're offering a straight line. We took all easements off that property. Every change in this requires new geometry, new plans. I mean, we've been on this for 3 years, and we proposed this as what we thought was a thoughtful plan for all of these neighbors. We took this all into consideration when we came with this plan. I don't expect everyone to see that, but we know this property. You know, we've walked every bit of it with the surveyors, with the biologists, all of them. So, you know, I feel like we are ready for a decision. We exceed the 50% required buffer to the north by 50%. And we're proposing extensive plantings along the entire length of that. There's only 4 lots on that side, and on South Road, there's only 3 lots. Out of a 21-acre site that is extremely buildable, there's only 3.5 acres of wetlands on this. You know, I look at other 21-acre sites that have 15 acres of wetlands and maybe 7 acres of buildable land, and they propose this type of density. I feel like we're taking the neighbors into consideration here. So, I mean, I would love a decision from this board so we could just move forward, and we will, I promise, we will work with the board in preliminary, but we need to get past this.
Okay, I'd like to take a pause for a minute to handle some procedural matters. Board members, it's approaching 11 o'clock. We're obviously not going to get to the next 2 items on our agenda. What's the pleasure of the board on going beyond 11 to finish this project? And do they desire to carry over the next 2 to our next meeting?
I would like to carry over the next 2 to the next meeting. I mean, our meetings have been getting later and later, and out of fairness to everyone, including our ability to process things properly, you know, I think you have to be realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Maria, Steve.
All right, I believe Lavender Farms had an issue with, they were going to have a representative, they'd hired a lawyer as a group, so they were looking for a continuance as well. Jay, do we have those participants there so that we can inform them we're going to carry over? And what would be, are we going to carry over to the next meeting or to the 22nd of September, or are we going to carry over to next Tuesday? What's the board's pleasure on that?
And Steve, which items in particular are you talking about?
We have Rhode Island Care Concepts, which is a development plan review advisor.
Okay.
And we have Lavender Farm.
Right. Okay.
Lavender Waves Farm is also in for development plan review.
Okay. And since they're both development plan review, there is no time limit.
Correct.
Exactly.
So we could push them since we're going to have a pretty good agenda, I think, for the work session. So we could push them into the, you know, the regular PB meeting, the 4th Tuesday would be my advice.
Jay, Jay and Brian, do you have a sense of how much is already on the agenda for that next full public meeting?
At the moment, there is not much, but there are a number of projects that are pending completeness that have been determined to be incomplete, and we are waiting on submission of items to complete them. So it's hard for me to say if they'll be ready to go or not, but some of them are not small projects.
And we have zoning amendment proposals for the cottages and inclusionary zoning and whatnot that's on there as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
And what does the work session look like, Jay and Brian?
The work session was going to be devoted to the comp plan, but that I don't think we're having some difficulties in getting it across the finish line. I'm working with Kayla to try to sort that out. So the work session might be an option.
Okay. So technically we could carry over, to Steve's point, carry over the two items that we're not going to get to tonight to the work session then. It could be.
There is next Tuesday night is open if the board didn't want to wait until the work session, or the following Tuesday, then I believe it's the 8th, the night of the work session.
Okay.
I would say either the work session or the regular meeting, especially since these are development plan review without a deadline.
And Jay, do we have a meeing the 8th? Because the 7th, isn't the 7th a holiday?
It
I
is.
believe it's on that Thursday.
It'd be the 10th.
Does that mess up our letter thing we were thinking?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, it's on the 10th.
So that's going to impact the letter that we talked about for Shepherd's Run.
right.
So that's going to have to be done all online.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the board's pleasure? Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, number one, to extend beyond 11 o'clock, but primarily to here Northwoods with a cutoff at 12 midnight. And at the same token, push the other two agenda items to the work session for September 10th.
Okay, do I have a
I'll
second?
second that, yes.
I have a second by Maria. Pam, you call the roll on that, please.
I'm sorry, did Amy have something to say?
I'm sorry, Amy?
I do, sorry. Yes, before we have a vote, Jay, we've scheduled it for the 10th apparently. Is there any reason why we can't hold it on the 8th?
Right, we don't need a room.
You don't, but we.
Yeah, I mean.
That's a good point.
So we all use the same town hall Zoom account, and there's a council meeting that night, and you can't run two meetings at the same time.
I thought the council meeting was on the 14th. They have one on the 8th as well?
Well, that's why we would have gotten bumped. And that's,
Well, you know, Jay, you know better than I do. I just, are they meeting 2 weeks in a row? Is it a special meeting?
hold on a second. Let me log into the Zoom account.
And Jay, if we can't have more than one meeting at a time, I already have the historic district scheduled on the 10th.
Wait a second. So that's a good point, because the first, if the council meets the second Monday of the month, then that is the 14th. So this is just one of those.
What I had on my calendar.
One of those occasions where the Monday holiday doesn't impact us.
Yeah. So we could
So
do the
sorry I
8th.
brought that up, but usually that's
No.
the case.
That's a valid point, Pam. So we could do the 8th.
The town clerks, they have a council meeting scheduled on Monday, September 7th.
Which is
Well,
the
that's a
holiday.
mistake.
Which is the holiday.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, maybe let's see, let's go through the, they're gonna have to talk, we're gonna probably respond, there'll be some discussion, but then
You think that meeting
Patrick,
was-
why don't you mute yourself?
What were you saying, Steve?
You think that was a mistake, that meeting that's in for the Monday? That
I believe so, but we're not responsible for the schedule of the council meeting, so I can't speak for whomever is.
So,
Yeah, this is Amy. Our office has to stay on top of all these meetings, as you can imagine. I'm comfortable with my calendar. The council meeting is on the 14th, not the 8th. I do not believe they're meeting 2 weeks in a row. I believe the planning board work session from the beginning of the year was always scheduled to be on Tuesday, the 8th.
Okay, so I think that what I'm hearing is let's continue with the 8th, and if perchance something changes, Jay, you could change it tomorrow. I mean, you could check it tomorrow, so then if perchance, then we go for a different option, but right now the 8th stands correct, is what I'm
There is-
hearing Amy said.
Yeah, there is a library board of trustees meeting at 6 o'clock on the 8th. I don't know if that's happening or not. We will need to figure it out. I would say, I would advise the board just to, if you'd like to do it on the 8th, do it on the 8th, and we'll figure out, we may not be able to do it in a webinar format. We may have to do it in a regular Zoom meeting, which is not ideal, but one way or the other, we can make it happen.
Well, I'll amend my motion to the 8th.
okay, Maria's motion, who made the second?
I made the second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, we have a second by John. Pam, you take a roll.
Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve Demasi,
Aye,
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
and Pam Rubinoff, aye.
okay.
So can we just review what we just agreed to?
So we're going to continue past 11 o'clock to finish the discussion tonight on the North Woods project. And we're going to continue to the 8th, September, was it 8th or 14th now? 8th. The development plan review for Rhode Island Care Concepts and the Lavender Farms.
And with a limit to midnight, I think John suggested.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yep. That's what we voted on, Pam.
Thank you. And Jay, just a thought that if you guys are ready for the comp plan sooner, not like soon after that, maybe that's the extra meeting that we would then put in. Just as a consideration instead of waiting for a whole nother month after that.
Right. We are not ready, but I'm like I said, I was working with Kayla to try to figure out a way that we can get over the speed bump that we're in.
Yep.
Okay. And Jay, can you make sure the applicants that are waiting for those next two applications got the message?
And all of those participants, those attendees that are waiting there.
Left.
Yeah, I can't do it during the meeting. Would you like me to allow them to talk, the opportunity to talk, to acknowledge the fact that they're aware?
Do we know is John Kenyon representing one of them? And do we know who's representing the other applicant?
Yes.
Rhode Island Care Concepts.
Yes. I don't see Mr. Kenyon on here, but I see Mr. Johnston.
Okay. You want to bring him on and just to...
Yeah. David, you are muted. Are you still there?
I am here. We are on for the 8th at 7 o'clock, I assume?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you the 8th. Enjoy your evening, everyone.
Our apologies.
No problem. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. I do not see Mr. Kenyon, but I do see Mr. Revens.
Okay, let's bring him on then.
Mr. Revens?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening.
You heard our conversations, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, you were looking for a continuance anyway, so I assume you would be happy with this decision.
Yes, sir. We may need more time for experts than the 8th to get reports together, but we'll work with whatever you decide.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you on
Mr. Chair, the plan changed considerably since it was submitted. And I asked for you to please consider referring it, the revised plan, to TRC
Good idea.
before the next meeting. And you may also wish to consider taking a site visit to look at this. So when you hear the comments from the neighbors, it'll help you to understand their perspectives, because it's kind of an unusual site in terms of the access to the highway.
Yes, the owner did give us permission to visit the site. We had instructions to visit separately, so it would not be a public meeting. I did go myself last week and walk the property. So
thank you.
Members, I'm sure, have that opportunity as well. They were only asked to stop at the house and identify themselves.
I've been to the site too.
Thank you.
Good.
Me too.
All right.
Thank you very much.
But Steve, how about the point about referring this back to the TRC?
If that's the board's pleasure, yes, we can.
Well, that's going to be Brian.
Yeah, this is, hi, this is Amy. We just made a vote to continue it. I think that discussion should be had at the meeting when you continued it to on September 8th.
Yeah.
And I'm certain we're not going to solve that in one night based on what we've seen so far. So the TRC will, I'm sure, have a chance to look at that between our next two meetings. So we'll just make sure, Jay, that gets on the TRC schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
If that's everything, we'll move back to the Northwoods project. Sorry for that. Okay, Amy, I think we had Mr. Doherty on there. I did also see another lawyer on there.
We have Mr. Landry and Mr. Underhill also have their hands raised.
Okay. Why don't we hear comments from Mr. Landry as well before we get any further discussion?
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Attorney Matt Landry, Bush and Kavanaugh. Our office, as you know, represents Kevin and Chantel O'Neill, as well as Charles Neisted and Paula Guido. They're located near Genesee Way at the northwest corner of the proposed subdivision. I'll make my comments very brief. These are comments that and concerns that were addressed in previous meetings. But I just think it's important to reiterate them before the board makes a decision. One of the biggest concerns, obviously, is buffering and screening. I know a lot has been discussed tonight in terms of what the applicant has done to improve some of that screening. My client, Mr. O'Neill, or the O'Neills, have discussed some screening on Lot 10, as the applicant noted, but we still have some concerns. As you can see from the plans and from previous discussions, there's a substantial amount of wetlands between our client's property and the proposed subdivision. And this has resulted in dead or dying trees and reduced vegetation with very little fill or cover generally in this area. And you may have been able to see that during your walkthrough on the property. And that's still a concern here, even though we're at the master plan stage. The thin screening makes it very easy to see the development. It's a little bit of a raised elevation for my client's property. But almost the entire year, with the exception of maybe a month, that vegetation is very, very thin or non-existent. And this development and this property is going to be very much visible. So that's a real ongoing concern. And I do acknowledge the applicant's efforts to reach out to my clients, but we do look forward to further discussions moving on to beyond the conceptual plan stage. And we hope that the applicant is still willing to do that. We just want that buffering potentially to be extended from lot 10 that they've added to the additional lots on the northwest and along the western border to better screen. The biggest issue is really the depth and the quality of the new planted buffers and the trees on that west side. It's important to select the right location on the site, whether it's close to the development, which I noted higher elevation, or even close to our clients' properties, or even on our clients' properties. You know, that's certainly open to discussion. You know, my clients are willing to work with the developer on that. You know, these proposed lots are also much smaller and denser than what my clients have and what other lots in the area have. My clients have 2-3 acre lots, and these are much denser lots. So that additional screening will protect these properties and, you know, the general characteristics of the parcels in the area. Other objectors, Mr. Doherty's clients and other neighbors have voiced the same concerns and note that they can see their property through the existing vegetation, and you know, notwithstanding a 50-foot or 75-foot buffer, the lack of vegetation as it stands right now for my clients, you know, is a real concern. And so we're just asking the applicant and this board to make note of that going into preliminary plan if this was to get approved, that those discussions continue. The second concern involves water on the property. I think it was noted in the staff report that there's going to be public water used, but in the event that the applicant's relying on wells on the property, there's a concern over stressing the aquifer if the wells are used versus public water. And, you know, we merely want to ensure that the water is not impacted substantially. And I'm sure as this moves forward, that'll be a concern of the board as well. And just one last concern is that there's a pretty substantial stream in that northwest corner that abuts my client's property. I think it was noted here tonight. And it's very active during rainstorms in different times throughout the year. And there's a real risk of flooding properties. And due to the elevated, this property being elevated from my client's property, there's a concern over some stormwater management plan being in place to prohibit any additional runoff and causing the stream, you know, to flood or otherwise substantially impact my client's property. And again, these are concerns I know that are more appropriate for a preliminary plan if it gets to that stage, but I thought it was, again, important to state them for the record here tonight and let the applicant know what our concerns are. So we just respectfully ask that these concerns be noted in any decisions be addressed at the more involved preliminary plan stage and as this moves forward. You know, we understand that this is a conceptual stage, but we just want it hopefully noted in any decision of the board that these landscaping issues be addressed and that the applicant continues to work with my clients and address some of these issues. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's fair to say that to be addressed at the preliminary would be certainly noted in our decision. Thank you. We had, I think, Mr. Underhill was next.
Yes, Mr. Underhill.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name's John Underhill. I live at 87 Henry Case Way and have lived there for 24 years. My wife and I have raised our 6 children in this neighborhood. I also own a business in town and have commercial property at the South Kingstown Office Park for 26 years. Before I address the issue of this development, I just want to take a minute to express my thanks to the members of the board for all the time and effort that you put into this for the sake of our town. And this is my first foray into any involvement with town boards and committees, and I'm amazed at the amount of hours the volunteer members of the board have spent reviewing the applications and asking questions to ensure that our town maintains its character and stays as good as it is. So regardless of how your decision, I'm grateful for your dedication and the time you take to address these issues. You've heard from our attorney, who has done a very good job of summarizing our neighborhood's concern with this development. But I think it is important for you to hear from one of the residents who's lived in this neighborhood for many years and will continue to live here long after the attorneys are finished and the developers have sold off the lots to the individual contractors and builders. And I'm going to have to live with the ramifications of that development. The buffer area along South Road is critical to maintaining the aesthetic value of this area, as well as the whole South Road route. In a previous meeting, It was stated that as one travels along South Road, all the subdevelopments, whether they were done 40 years ago or even more recently, they're kind of hidden and have privacy to the subdevelopments. The 100-foot buffer was put into the regulations for a reason. It's not just an arbitrary number that was implemented. My understanding is that a waiver should be granted if, quote, a literal enforcement of the regulation is impracticable and will exact undue hardship because of the peculiar conditions pertaining to the land in question. I don't see that the burden of undue hardship has been met. If the developers have to abide by the regulation of a 100-foot buffer, they're still able to develop the land. Our neighborhood's biggest concern is that certain easements will be granted and that conditions will be agreed upon by the developers. However, down the road, as the builders come in and the homeowners come in, these conditions won't be enforced and the buffer areas will be shrunk even further. I have to say from the get-go, the developers haven't always been forthcoming with their intentions. Prior to the very first meeting last April in 2019, before they were represented by council, the developers had said that they showed their development plans to the neighbors and that we were all on board with it. Well, obviously that's not the case, as two separate neighborhoods have employed different legal representations to help us ensure that the development has the best outcome for all. Developers had also said that we should be grateful that they have made significant compromises from their original proposal. Originally, they had a 30 to 50-foot buffer along South Road, and now it's increased to 75-foot. Well, it's not really a compromise if the regulation is 100 feet. So they had also said earlier tonight even that the screening of the buffer area on the north side only affects one neighbor, the Handragans. Well, that's not true, as it will affect all of us. Every day when I drive out of my house to work, and everyone else who drives down South Road will be impacted by the visual change to the integrity of this area. So again, I thank the board for your time. The current plans for the development are significantly better than the design that was submitted a year ago. This is mainly due to your due diligence. It still has some more changes that can be made to make the development even better. So thank you very much for hearing us, and I appreciate your efforts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Underhill.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. Discussion of the board. Actually, we should probably take into consideration what Amy has to say in regards to the Mr. Lombardo's document not being circulated to the to the abutters.
I think this is Amy. I think I've said what I needed to say. It's, you know, the goal that all application materials are made available to interested parties. You know, sometimes oversights occur. I think there was a limited opportunity to comment on the document, you know, with Attorney Doherty's expert not being here. You know, that's a separate issue. But, you know, I think if the applicant is comfortable proceeding, I'm not going to advise the board that we must delay the vote on that issue. I would just suggest, you know, it's up to the applicant to decide whether they want to have that out there as a potential issue to raise on appeal.
Okay. Mr. Callahan, do you stick by your comments earlier?
I've had a couple discussions with my clients. Mr. Greco and Mr. O'Brien are on the Zoom. I would, at this point, invite them to weigh in. I think that's the best way to move forward.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I mean, we're at Conceptual Master and it's taken so long. If we were to extend this, when would our next meeting be?
September 22nd.
Would the only reason.
While you're thinking about that, maybe I can hear from some of the board members on
Yeah.
where they feel we are with this project right now.
That would help, Steve.
Mr. Chair, we also have Mr. Doherty's hand raised.
Okay. All right, let's let him speak and then we'll get board member comments.
Mr. Doherty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I would like to just make the point about Ms. Hahn not being here. If you'll recall, on 2 other prior meetings, due to my not being able to be recognized, the board continued the matter to dates upon which Ms. Hahn was not available. And I had no opportunity to bring that to the attention of the board. So I should not have the finger pointed at me for Ms. Hahn's unavailability. And the applicant has expressed no interest whatsoever in hearing from Ms. Hahn since the report has been put in there for 3 months now. So I just would like to raise that issue because I don't think that the comments that were made earlier by council were fair and reflected the reality of what had actually occurred due to the snafus of trying to handle these Zoom meetings.
I do say, Mr. Doherty, that our meetings are posted well in advance, and your expert witness should try to make herself available for one of those. It's kind of hard. It's difficult for the board to arrange a meeting specifically to your expert on that day because our dates are set well in advance.
Oh, I understand that, Mr. Chairman. The problem was, though, that there were some dates that were being bannered about as alternatives that I didn't have the opportunity to weigh in on to tell that she was available on some of those other dates. But be that as it may, I do have Mr. Hutchins available to testify this evening too on addressing just the updated landscaping plan and why it's not going to work.
Could I interrupt and make one comment?
Go ahead, Mr. Greco.
I believe that Ashley Sweet's report was brought in after the date of submittal, when it was initially brought in. And when you talk about being blindsided, we were blindsided by that. The date that was submitted well after the date, and we have made ourselves available and accommodating throughout this entire process. We all have busy lives. We've had catastrophes in our own families, and we've made ourselves available to this. She had every opportunity to come here and address this issue. We're offering 50% more than a required here. So that's my comment. But her initial report was delivered well after the submittal date, and it was still admitted.
Could I just make a comment about that? Because this is something that's been on my mind since the beginning of this process. We're all dealing with the challenges due to the pandemic, the Zoom meetings, the more difficult interaction with the public. I mean, that is a challenge. And I think we need to do our best to try to accommodate people. And it's always difficult when we receive a multi-page technical report the day of the meeting or what have you. However, I've always felt that their consultant was not allowed to speak on that first evening, even when other experts and abutters were able to speak. So I always thought that that wasn't quite fair in the process. That's my opinion.
I believe the reason she wasn't able to speak is because her letter was submitted late and we had no chance for a rebuttal. And I think that was the reason she was, that Amy maybe suggested that she shouldn't speak. Because
that's not true.
No, it wasn't.
That's not true.
No, she was at a meeting that night. She submitted the report.
No, she was at our meeting and the chair did not elect to allow her to speak. And, you know, often if you get one of these reports and you have somebody then give their oral testimony, they can clarify the report, even if the board hadn't had X amount of days to read it. I mean, I know that at least a couple of us had read it, but nevertheless, I felt that that wasn't quite fair. And it wasn't Amy's decision.
Well, this is John. I've got to chime in on this one since I feel like I'm being challenged here, Maria. And you know what? Due
Telling you my
process
opinion.
is what it is. And, board members come first to me. And, and then, yes, we're here to understand the applicants and deal with the applicants' issues and public comment. And I'm not going to go beyond that. And so if we're going to, and I think Mr. Dougherty is let's just say playing his violin a little too much, in my opinion, and we should move on. And if he can't make his expert witness available, so be it. Submit the report, which he did. We've seen it. We understand it. And if his expert is not available, again, so be it. Move on.
Comments of other board members?
My personal feeling is we got to remember what we're being asked to approve here. It's a master plan. It's a concept plan. I personally, I'm okay. I think that the density is fine. The general layout's fine. I'm even okay with the general buffer. As far as the landscape goes, that's more discussion for the preliminary. I'm not going to say I agree with the landscape by any means. I think there's more discussion. But for the master plan, I personally feel ready to move on.
I agree with Joe.
Okay. Susan? Oh, Pam?
Sorry, I just
Pam?
unmuted.
Go ahead, Susan.
Is Pam interested in speaking?
Go ahead, Susan, I'll go after you.
I am very happy to see the increased buffer along the northern edge. That was kind of a burr in my saddle. So I'm happy to see the additional buffer along that edge. And personally, I wish this project were a little less housing units, but I think it satisfies the requirements that we have for your development.
Thank you. Pamela?
I think that we've come a long way, and I agree with Joe that more of the landscaping and such can be dealt with at the next stage, should it proceed. I am still a little bit uncomfortable with the burden of undue hardship for the 100-foot buffer on South Road. So I'm just a little bit still uncomfortable, and I know that the proponent has done a lot of work on that and has really enhanced that. So that's just a little bit of my concern on that in particular. And I think, I might be able to be convinced that if that were much more, if during the next stage that buffer be really looked at and a little bit more. And I would be interested in another opinion from the landscape architect, to have that or to get that from our staff, then I feel a little bit more comfortable. But that 100-foot buffer to me is still an issue that the gentleman who spoke tonight reiterated. It's not just the neighbors, it's everybody that drives along South Road. Steve, I think that you were the one who mentioned that from the very beginning. And so I'm still a little uncomfortable. Again, I really think it's come far. I appreciate that it's consistent all the way around. That was, one of our key issues. I appreciate that, some of the other issues with regards to the open space have been taken care of, but this just still is a concern for me.
Okay.
Could I just add on to that? I agree with what Pam said. The 100-foot buffer is a really important component of this. It affects the view shed along South Road. There's a reason that it's in our ordinance. And I think about, if we don't really consider the impacts, then what do we say to the next applicant who increases lot sizes in an FDRP and decreases the buffer when we allowed it here? you know, what is the sort of rationale? I agree that it has come a long way. And I would like to hear from the landscape person who is going to speak this evening. But again, I agree with everything that Pam said.
Okay, then Mr. Callahan, before I was going to take it back to Mr. Doherty, but did you want to comment?
Not at this time, I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Doherty?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have Mr. Hutchins ready to testify. I don't know what the board's pleasure is, but he is prepared to discuss the last landscape plan and design and why it's not going to work.
Okay, we can certainly hear from him. I do the lateness of the hour. If he can be concise and somewhat brief, we would appreciate it. We'll go to him next then.
Okay, thank you. If he could just chime in here, I believe he's on his phone or computer. I'll try and reach him.
He's got his hand raised.
Oh, good, great.
Bring him in, Jay.
Yeah, Mark, you are muted. There you go.
Yep, getting there.
And I'd like to acknowledge that it's his birthday tonight and he's wasted his birthday dinner being here with all of us. So happy birthday, Mr. Hutchins.
Thank you very little. I just have a few minor concerns. Nothing really major. I do appreciate what they've done. It does add to what is needed in this, I think, for a buffer, particularly with South Road side. What I would say, a couple things. One, I like to see the management plan for the Bullbriar, just to be sure that the plants have the chance to enhance and grow. The placata, two things. One, I feel like we're using a single plant, and a single plant can be dangerous. Using a monoculture in these situations, if you get one type of insect or the deer decipher that now it's a resistant plant, but later things change. That's why they call it deer resistant. They don't call them deer proof. So using one particular type of plant in this type of situation is a little bit of a worry. I understand why they're trying to use it linearly, but I also understand that by staggering the planting, you can cover more space. The one thing about placata is when it's first installed and comes out of the nursery, it is a worry. They tend to be very pumped with nitrogen in order to grow them as rapidly as possible for sale. When that's done, sugars increase in the plant. Those sugars that are increased in plants seem to be a draw to deer. So even though it's a deer-resistant plant, it does tend to be chewed at when it's young or youthful. As it gets older, it's able to handle that kind of condition. Although if the placata is in shade, it does struggle somewhat. It's a full sun to partial shade plant. So being on the south side of that buffer, it is obviously a better situation. And I can see why they want to bring it out linearly in order to get it to grow more. That plant can grow 2 to 4 feet a year. Very aggressive in its growth habit. And once it does get more mature, is very deer resistant. The issue that I have more so is with the Norway spruce. Norway spruce is being planted on the north side of the buffer in most of the cases, except for on the west side of the property, where it will get more afternoon sun, which also tends to be or seems to be more open, mostly because many of the oaks on that side seem to have been hit by gypsy moth and died back over the last several years. They've had several stressful years, including high heat summers. My issue with that plant and Norway spruce is it's very similar to the white pine. If in direct sun or full sun, it does very well. It can take very light amounts of shade. If put under a canopy like that, it will tend to stretch and try to grow rapidly, thinning the tree and making it look rather ragged. As Mr. Van Dexter had said, there are some out in the front of the property, some planted back into the 1930s. Their proximity to each other is part of the problem as to why they've thinned, because they were planted too closely. But other plants can do the same thing to thin those plants. And I'm not sure that that's really what you want in this buffer. Now, he went on to state that the laurels and the rhododendron are toxic to farm animals, and they can be, but you're not planting them in the pasture, you're planting them in the buffer. When you plant in the buffer, then that's the neighboring property. There are several farms in the area that have these plants in their vicinity and around their cattle, livestock, so forth, so on. I also come from a family that had several farms in the area for several years, and I'm aware of what those things can do, but I also am aware that it's the farmer's job to keep them out of the pasture. On top of that, there's a fence on that side for those animals that keeps them from going over that fence. So, and it's an electrified fence. If and when that plant was to enter into the property, that would be a different scenario. All right. I also will tell you that most animals, they're kind of smart. They're not stupid. The deer aren't stupid. They figure it out quick. They don't tend to feed on plants that they know can be bad to them, right? It's very, very rare that you'll see animals, particularly farm animals that are being fed and tend to forest off of hayland, have a problem with eating a plant that is toxic to them. And I feel like these plants are more traditional to what is a common upland deciduous forest understory plant. Now they are slower growing, so they are going to be harder to get into place and get going, but they are going to do the job over the long term, usually more appropriately and more consistently with the type of forest that we have. So that worries me as far as we kind of go, we pulled ahead, they pulled a lot more plants in, really appreciate that effort. Not sure that it was all that imaginative with only using one form of plant, and also kind of receding and going back to the same form of plant that we were talking about, and the fact that the white pine will also stretch, grow very tall, struggles in shade. With that, I don't have a lot else to say. I really appreciate the efforts. I really appreciate the efforts of you guys on the planning board. One thing I've figured out is, boy, I don't want to be on one of these boards. It's not easy, I can see that, and I am tired. So with that.
Your comments are greatly appreciated. And I think certainly we can look at those at the preliminary plan, your comments that made tonight about the selection of plants that are going to be needed in that buffer zone.
Yes, I thank you. I appreciate those comments. I had the same thoughts, particularly about the deer browse at the early on stage of the arborvitae.
I wanted to make one comment. Mr. Hutchins, do you realize that I called you 2 days after the meeting?
I did not. I didn't get it, sir. I apologize.
I called your office 2 days after the meeting and asked to meet with you and never got a call back. I wanted to include you in this process.
Well, again, I apologize. I did not get that message, and that's unusual. I usually get back within 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, no, there's a woman who answered the phone and I gave her the message, left my number, and I said, please have him call me. And so then I thought maybe there was a reason you didn't call me back.
Oh, no, I'm willing to talk.
Okay.
Anytime.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I give you my cell phone here, but I know better.
Yeah.
So I will look back through the notes to make sure. If I missed it, I apologize.
I have your number anyway, so I mean, I'll call again, and then we can discuss this at preliminary.
No problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Callahan, did you have any comments at this point?
No, except that we do appreciate your efforts, and I think we do want to move forward tonight if possible, because we think we've covered all the issues raised previously, and I think that's the position of Mr. Greco and Mr. O'Brien at this point.
Okay, board members. What's our opinion on Mr. Darahy's witness not being able to testify tonight? Do we want to move forward? Do we want to take his comments? And I see your hand raised, Mr. Darahy. I'll be with you in a minute. Do we want to take his comments and under review for preliminary? Do we think it would work, or do we want to ask the applicant to continue?
Hi, could I ask a question? This is Susan. I don't know if this is appropriate for me to ask, but could I ask Mr. Doherty exactly what he is hoping to accomplish with continuing this and bringing in his expert testimony? I feel like the developer here is really trying very hard to please all of our little quirky questions about this site. I wonder if there's anything he could do. I don't know if this is even appropriate for me to ask. Is there anything that the developer could do to satisfy the Henry Case neighbors? And what exactly are they looking for? Like, what were they hoping that this project would look like? Is that appropriate for me to ask?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. First off, just one quick procedural thing. My Ashley Sweet's report is in. It was accepted into the record of this proceeding. What I was requesting this evening was the ability to provide a rebuttal for the late filed report of Mr. Lombardo. And also, I would like to point out the fact that my expert witness was here, ready, willing, and able to testify when we showed up. I believe it was in May 28th or May 25th or whenever that first meeting was. And the chairman at that time decided that, well, we're not going to finish this tonight, so we're not going to hear from anyone else. We'll get to the other applications. That prejudiced my client in the ability of not being able to put her on live. And subsequent to that time, we had those procedural snafus when we were picking dates when she wasn't available. But let me address Ms. Axelrod's question here. What my clients are looking for is an adequate buffer that will provide a visual and an auditory barrier to shield their properties from this design. And that's one of the goals and one of the stated requirements of the FDRP. So we're looking for, you've been out on the site, that 100-foot buffer is not going to do it over there without pretty exhaustive planting in there. And it's not as if we haven't tried to, to work. I did talk to Mr. Callahan today and said, hey, look, make it 100 feet and let us have some input on the buffering. And who knows, we might even come forward and help out with that. But it was met with, no, we'll just give you 75 and that's it. And, we'll talk about it all later. But if you look at the requirements of the FDRP, they have to shield this visually and auditorily from the neighboring land uses. And if you look at that buffer, and if you look at the rear yard setbacks, you're going to have house foundations approximately 105 feet from the stone wall. And what they proposed here with 5 and 6 foot and 4 and 5 foot plantings of things that aren't going to grow, that's not going to do it. And so that's why my clients are here arguing so vociferously through me. They want what the zoning entitles them to have. They want to be screened from this intrusive development that's right next to them. Does that help you out?
Well, it sounds like, again, you have concerns with the landscaping of the buffer, which your witness, Mark Hutchinson, addressed about the type of plantings that need to go in there and perhaps the enhancement of it. So would you say that that's something we can address at preliminary based on your announcement tonight or your comments tonight?
Well, it certainly should be further addressed at preliminary, absolutely. But I think really you have to make a determination as a board as to whether or not the buffers that they have provided are adequate in accordance with the regulations. And also whether or not their purported report that this is in compliance with the comp plan and the FDRP zoning is actually valid in light of the fact that these conclusory statements with no real linking up of facts and an analysis are sufficient to withstand the report that we put in that showed that it isn't. So I agree that no matter what, we're not done with buffering, no matter what happens here tonight.
Okay. Jay, do you
May
have
I
any
speak?
comments? Yes. No,
May I speak?
Who's that?
Michael
Brian?
O'Brien. I've listened very carefully to everybody's concerns. I believe that we have afforded the northern buffer owners significant buffers from our project, as well as with the infill, and we're open to mixing up the infill. I also think if they're so concerned about that northern boundary, that they certainly have every right to create a buffer on their own side. We've exceeded the buffers that were required. There's significant growth along that buffer existing, as well as we've marked everything that's there, and we're going to facilitate the growing of that. But I do not want to entertain any further discussion with Mr. Doherty about how, because I honestly don't think that we can ameliorate his concerns. That's my position.
Okay. Staff, any comments?
Sorry. No, again, I think, this is conceptual master plan. You should be weighing in on the design and whether or not the amount of buffer area is appropriate, knowing that the technical aspects of the landscape plantings and screening in that area going forward would be brought forward at preliminary plan.
Okay.
I have a question for Amy. Amy, with all this discussion about the buffer, if this were to move forward through master plan, would the planned buffer along South Road be somehow vested? Or is the vesting only referred to the density of the residential units?
Yeah, this is Amy. It's my opinion that you would have the ability to modify the specific details of the buffer at preliminary. I don't think that would be included within the master plan vesting. Modify, not radically alter, is my advice. And I think the board needs to keep in mind there's a difference in my mind between an adequate buffer and, a wall that no one can see through, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any danger.
Okay. So, board members, are we happy, first of all, as Maria said, with the buffering that we've been offered, that perhaps that will change at preliminary from what we're seeing here?
I'm satisfied with the dimensions of the buffer, and I'm hoping that the applicant works with the opposing neighbors' landscape architect to come up with a landscape plan that satisfies folks. But I am satisfied with the dimensions of the buffer.
Okay.
Yeah, I am too, Steve. I think the applicant has come and heard our comments, the board's comments, as well as the neighbors, the abutting neighbors' comments. And so I'm satisfied with that as well. It's a matter of opinion on the landscape plan, but again, as Joe indicated, if the applicant is willing to meet and hear the neighbors a little bit more of the landscape plans, that's fine. And I'd be ready to move on from here.
Okay.
I agree with Joe and John.
All right. Well, it sounds like we have a consensus. Would somebody like to, Pam?
I would like to make sure that there is, I guess, if I were to, and I'm thinking of the South Road, because that's the one that talks about in particular the 100-foot buffer, but also as Mr. Doherty said, that the other buffer has to provide physical and auditory screen. So I think that if we condition this, even if it's at the existing dimensions, that burden of proof has to be demonstrated, that that it's screened, physical, auditory, etc. And that should be a requirement regardless, but I just wanted to clarify that we need to make, and maybe there's a condition in there that's especially, so I'd need to look at the conditions given that.
Okay.
I agree with that. I would want to see that we would have the ability to require the required dimensions of the buffer at preliminary.
Okay.
If needed.
If needed, right.
So we'll put the onus on the applicant that we obviously need a very good landscape plan to justify the buffers that they're proposing.
Right, as it should be, yes.
Okay. Well, this is a public hearing. If we're ready to move on this, then we need to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jay?
this is a public informational meeting, and I believe Amy has advised us previously that they don't need to be closed or
Okay.
open.
I stand corrected.
And excuse me, Steve, maybe you just want to make sure and ask attendees if there's any last comments.
I don't see any hands up. So. And I don't see any hands being raised,
I don't either.
so.
Me either.
So we have a motion that's been prepared by staff. Somebody'd like to look at that and on page 9.
I can tell you that one thing that that came to me reading this early on was that the landscape plan mentioned the maintenance plan, and I would like to have a reference to that we will require at preliminary, the applicant can demonstrate how this will be funded, whether it needs a maintenance bond, and how any oversight during construction will occur.
Okay.
Is that a separate one? Which condition is that, Maria, or is it a separate one?
It would probably be a separate one.
Okay.
I also noted that it doesn't say under the conditions of approval that public water will be provided. I
Oh,
think we should
I
make
think
that
we
clear.
have a letter.
I know
from-
we had a letter from Suez
Yeah.
stating that they were going to do it, but it probably should be stated on the conditions of approval that public service, water service will be provided.
I think we should also have language to the effect that this approval does not constitute an endorsement of the requested waiver relative to the 100-foot buffer, and the planning board may modify or change requirements at the preliminary stage of review based on input from the applicant and review of plans. I know that's kind of long, but
So Maria, where would that go?
I would just add it to either 21 or make it 22.
All right, should be 22 then, because 21 would be Suez, Rhode Island water.
Oh, so then my other comment about the maintenance plan would be where?
Yeah, so it's 23.
23.
So, Maria, as part of your 22, would you want to include anything with regards to being explicit that the buffer, I don't know if that's just obvious or if we should say something that the buffer plan needs to, any changes in buffer needs to accommodate, I'm just trying to, the burden of proof of, to provide the appropriate screening, but that's in our regulations, so I don't know if we need that.
I agree. This is Amy. I agree. It doesn't really need to be said. To the extent you want to say anything, I would just indicate, the required buffer may be altered at preliminary plan depending on specific details reviewed at that stage.
Great. Thank you, Amy. You're really good at those words, especially at 12 o'clock at
12
night.
o'clock, yeah.
And that maintenance plan that I referred to earlier, including the access, should be shown somewhere on the plan, even if it's meandering, as Mr. Van Dexter stated. I think it needs to be, it needs to be shown at least where it begins, even if it's not completely delineated.
I think that maintenance plan for, is going to be key because with the invasive species that are in there,
Exactly.
it's going to be critical to survival of a decent buffer.
Absolutely.
So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Jay.
can I just like the board to consider some clarification on the waiver of the buffer. Immediately on page 10, immediately before the conditions of approval, there's findings of fact for the requested relief. Items P and Q on that indicate that the waivers are reasonable and provide your findings in granting the relief. Perhaps there should be a finding there in regards to the possibility of, related to that it's, the waiver is appropriate provided sufficient screening, landscaping and screening is provided in the preliminary plan.
And the planning board reserves the right to modify this.
Okay.
That's a good call, Jay.
Yep.
Yes, Jay, thank you, because I was uncomfortable with that language when I read it. I didn't think it pertained to the situation.
Any other comments?
So that would be R in that section, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay, that doesn't then negate the other condition, does it? It's just an addition?
Well, I think it's got to be clarified because you're in that section, you're making findings that support the waiver. But then the condition is proposed says, well, maybe not.
Okay.
I think there needs to be some clarifying language in there that explains it a little bit better.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? There's a motion prepared that starts on page 9. If somebody would like.
Yeah, I'll read the motion. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby grants conceptual master plan approval to the Northwoods Major Subdivision, a 16-lot major subdivision, flexible residential design project to contain 15 single-family dwellings and 1 duplex structure for a total of 17 dwelling units, with 14 of these units being market rate housing units and remaining 3 being restricted low and moderate income housing units located near the intersection of Curtis Corner Road and South Road. True North Land Company LLC applicant, Earl Greco, and Michael O'Brien owner. This approval is based upon set entitled Northwoods Major Subdivision Conceptual Master Plan Flexible Design Residential Project FDRP AP 47.2-2 Lot 120 Curtis Corner Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, sheets 1 through 6 dated January 30th, 2020, with revisions through July 29th, 2020, prepared by Michael A. Fontaine, PLS 593 Green Hill Beach Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. The approval is based on the following findings of fact and conditions of approval. Findings of fact A through I. Findings of fact inclusionary zoning and affordable units J through O. Findings of fact requesting relief P, Q, and the additional R as suggested by J. Conditions of approval 1 through 23, with 21 being Suez Water will service the development. Item number 22 is not conditioned upon the buffer, and item number 23, I can't remember.
I think that was the maintenance. Was
The
that
maintenance, yeah, the
Maintenance,
maintenance and
thank you.
management plan, yeah.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by John. We have a second. Second by Peter. And any discussion? Pam, will you take the roll call on the vote, please?
Yes. Peter DiStefano,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod,
Hi.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve Damasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
and Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Well, motion passes.
Well,
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Talian.
Thank you very much to the board for their patience in this development's progression.
We appreciate your time and have a good night and a good morning, I guess, at this point.
Yeah. No kidding, huh?
All right, well, you know what we expect to see at preliminary. Hoping you make it a little shorter at that point.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Ryan,
Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment that not related to Mr. Greco per se, but just want to express my, and I'm sure everyone's frustration. I wasn't trying to point fingers, but the whole Zoom concept and losing that interaction that we had from public meetings, and it's awkward and it's strange, and I know it's difficult for everyone. Plus then the late hours of our meetings, it's difficult. So,
it's difficult for everyone and it's difficult for Jay too. I mean,
right,
I
right.
mean, normally we can walk into the town hall and talk to a town planner. These are tough times for all of us, but I appreciate the time you guys put in. And we're getting some headway at least, and we are trying to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Jay, you have any other matters that we need to discuss tonight before we close?
Well, no.
Thank
Good
you, Jay.
answer, Jay.
A motion for adjournment?
Do we need someone for TRC though?
It's kind of what I thought I was asking them, but maybe I wasn't clear.
Oh, the TRC? Yes.
What's the date?
The 9th, I believe.
What is it, Jay?
Wednesday, September 9th.
I could do that one.
All right. Very good.
I also want to just say, Steve, you did a great job for.
Yeah, I don't know. We
I agree.
12
Good
o'clock.
job, Steve.
I'm not so sure about that.
No, you did a great
That
job, Steve.
doesn't
Very
have to
good.
do with you. That's all about the agenda and the projects. That's
Absolutely.
beyond our
Nice job.
control.
Okay, so I'll have a motion for adjournment.
So move.
So moved. Second.
Okay. I think it's
Thank you,
unanimous.
Jay and Brian.
All right, thank you.
Thanks,
Good night,
everybody.
all.
Thanks. Good night.
Good job, Chairman Damasio.
Yeah. Who's got to get the last word?
It's those extra vowels.
That's going to be a recurring theme, I think, every month.
There you go.
All right, good night, all.
Good night.
Right.
I'm not tired anymore. It's a good thing you don't have to drive home, right?